Welcome and welcome back to the Honey Sea Star Tarot, and welcome to our month of May reading. So this is the first time I have done all 12 signs in a monthly reading. So get comfortable, take a break, leverage the timestamps in the description below for your sun, moon, and rising sign. But let me tell you, this month feels like you're standing at the edge of something truly inevitable. It is very special. This is like a quiet knowing rising within you before anything else has fully taken form. And it begins in the depths of the Scorpio full moon, which I'm recording this on May 1st. That is when we have this beautiful full moon. It is the most transformative full moon that we will see in all of 2026. And it doesn't just illuminate, it reveals. Emotions will surface, truths will rise, and parts of your life held together by avoidance are going to begin to loosen their grip. It is going to create space for something more aligned to take place for each and every one of us. And as the energy steadies, there is this grounding reset that's going to arrive this month. We have a Taurus super new moon that is happening. And this is going to offer us a chance to build something real, something lasting, where intention meets opportunity, and what you choose now will begin to truly take root throughout the rest of the year. Throughout this month as well, moments of insight will arrive like flashes of recognition. Mercury meets the heart of the sun. Uranus is also going to be having a Cazimi this month. This is going to sharpen everyone's awareness, where ideas will land differently, truths will feel undeniable, and what you come to understand has the power to shift your direction in ways that feel both surprising, but also feel meant to be. And beneath it all, there is this powerful alignment between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto that is happening here this month in May. This is like the current of progress, resilience, and earned success that rewards everything you've continued to build, even through uncertainty. And by the end of this month, under this Sagittarius blue moon, yes, we do have 2 full moons here happening in May, everything is going to be expanding. Perspective widens, possibility returns, and what started as a feeling becomes a decision. This is truly a month of emotional release, grounded intention, and awakened clarity, and it holds a turning point between where you've been and where you're ready to go next. And if you feel it stirring already, you're not alone. So, before we get started, I just want to say truly thank you guys so much for being here, being part of this channel, for all your love and support every which way. Your likes, views, shares, subscribes, your hypes, your comments. Oh my goodness, you guys make me melt, and I cannot tell you how much it makes my day to hear from each and every one of you. Your super thanks, your donations, your Honey Sea Star store purchases, all of it is what elevates these messages so that we can collectively rise together. And I love you back. So let's get into the astrology, then we're going to get into the cards, okay? So this month, it is going to unfold like chapters, kind of like an onion, maybe even 2. So where we're beginning here is today, May 1st, we have not 1 but 2 full moons. I know I already spoiled it, but it is truly going to be the framework for the entire month. The fact that we have 2 full moons is going to create a powerful opening and a closing gateway for each and every one of us. The Scorpio full moon, which is happening today, May 1st, as I'm recording this, is known as the flower moon, and it's rising at 11 degrees. This is the master number that speaks to awakening, intuition, spiritual alignment. But with Scorpio energy, it is not a gentle awakening. What it is, though, is honest. This is going to be special for each and every one of us because it brings you into the depths of your emotional world. It asks you to release what you've been holding on to out of habit, fear, or even attachment. And this is also where boundaries get defined, where energetic cords are cut, and where you begin to understand that letting go is not loss, it's liberation. And if that resonates, let me know. Because by the end of the month, that Sagittarius blue moon that we have, which is happening on May 31st, is going to be closing this cycle. And it's closing at 10 degrees. So it holds the resonance of completion as well as new beginnings for each and every one of us. This full moon is going to shift you out of the emotional waters and into expansion. And it invites spontaneity, truth, forward movement. And it's the kind of full moon that an enlightenment that comes from seeing your life from a higher perspective. So what begins as an emotional release becomes a bold decision to move differently. And in between both of these lunations, one of the most significant shifts of the moon is of the month is going to occur as Pluto stations retrograde. And Pluto is in Aquarius. This is going to be happening on May 6th. And when Pluto starts moving backwards into this point of reflection, he's moving at 5 degrees, which is the number of change. And so with Pluto, our transformational planet, this is where change begins within. This retrograde marks also too the end of a rare period where all planets have been moving direct. It's going to signal a collective shift from outward action into inward reflection, with themes around power, control, and transformation, and even your role within communities or systems will begin to surface with this retrograde period. And this isn't about external upheaval, it's about recognizing where your power truly lies and reclaiming it from the inside out. And I just got chills. If you did too, this is going to be powerful for you, because mid-month, we also have these beautiful moments of grounding, renewed energy. And I say that because we've got not only a new moon, which is going to be in Taurus, but it's going to be a super new moon. So we are all going to be feeling this energy of renewal, of new beginnings. And this is happening on May 16th. The new moon in Taurus as well is going to be aligning at 26 degrees. So it's got some maturity involved with it as well. This is one of the most supportive, stabilizing lunations of 2026. And because it's happening at 26 degrees, which reduces to 8 in numerology, this is the number of abundance, of mastery, long-term success, focusing on your security, your safety. And this new moon is not just a reset. It's a recalibration with your relationship when it comes to security, finances, and self-worth. And with Mercury just so happen to be conjunct with this new moon at the same time, your thoughts, your decisions, your intentions are going to carry extra weight. And with it also being sextiled, I know, but either way, with this new moon also being sextile to Jupiter, which remember, Jupiter is in Cancer, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So luck, abundance, opportunity, optimism are going to be amplified during this new moon. There is also going to be this emotional support and expansion that's available to you. So this is where the seeds that you plant that truly have the potential to grow into something tangible, because you're mixing Jupiter's energy with Taurus's energy. So this is something where it's like whatever you've been dreaming of, because Jupiter is long-held dreams as well. Plant those seeds. Pay attention on May 16th. Mark your calendars for this new moon, because the seeds that you plant are really holding the potential to become something sustainable, become something real. And just days before this new moon as well, I do want to also say Mercury is going to be entering the heart of the sun, and that's going to be happening in Taurus on May 14th at 23 degrees. So this Mercury Cazimi holds this moment of pure clarity and insight, and at 23 degrees, it carries the vibration of change through awareness. So this is going to be big. And this is exactly what this transit is meant to bring for you, to clear the way for those seeds. It's kind of like that soil preparation before you actually start planting and cultivating. A realization, a conversation, or even a decision will shift your perspective in a way that will feel undeniable. And then as Mercury moves into Gemini, which is going to be happening just after this new moon on May 17th, immediately Mercury is going to align with Uranus, and the pace is going to begin to quicken, because you've got your winged messenger, that is your intuition, your insights, your downloads, working together with our breakthrough planet. So expect thoughts to accelerate, ideas to spark, conversations to become catalysts. And this energy truly intensifies even further, because we have something very rare happening in May. We have a Uranus Cazimi. This is happening in Gemini at 1 degree new beginnings. So this is rare. It's also historic because this is the first time that the Sun and Uranus have met in this sign in 84 years. This is literally a once-in-a-lifetime Cazimi that we do not normally get the opportunity to see. So with 1 degrees happening here as well, this is initiation. This is a beginning like any other, and it's right after that new moon. So this is going to be big. You're going to feel the energy from both. And this is the kind of energy that brings breakthroughs, awakenings, sudden shifts in awareness as well that can change your trajectory in an instant. Because remember, Uranus holds divine surprise in his energy. It's innovative, it's electric, it's deeply activating, especially when it comes to how you think, how you communicate, and how you connect. Because we're talking about Gemini's energy. And at the same time, we will see multiple planetary shifts grounding and softening this overall energy. So stay tuned for the weekly reads, the weekend reads. As a spoiler alert as well, Mars is going to be moving into Taurus on May 18th through all of this. He's going to be slowing down the pace of action, encouraging persistence over impulsivity. And this is about building rather than rushing. And on that same day, on May 18th, Venus is going to enter Cancer. So she's coming out with her softer side. We've got this more nurturing energy coming from Venus, especially when it comes to relationships, emotions, the way that we connect. And it's going to fill you with this sense of home. There's this desire for safety, for comfort, for emotional honesty. And we're not done yet. Because on May 20th, the Sun is going to move from Taurus into Gemini. And this is going to mark a noticeable shift for the collective. What I mean by that is what once felt slow and steady is going to begin to open up into this curiosity, communicative, and movement type of energy. The mind becomes more active. Social energy increases. And in this amplified energy, we're going to all finally move into the final stretch of this month. And that's where the Aries stellium, which is active pretty much throughout mid-May with Mars, Saturn, and Neptune, as well as Chiron, it's going to continue to push for bold beginnings and courageous action. Where this energy, this Aries stellium that we've been feeling all the way through April even too, that has been asking us to move forward, even if we're not fully ready yet, to trust ourselves enough to begin. This initiation energy that's raw and powerful, that reminds us that sometimes growth requires that leap of faith, then we get the energy shift and it moves into a powerful Gemini stellium. So that's going to be happening between the Sun, Venus, Mercury, Uranus, and at times the Moon this month in May. And this is where everything truly connects. There's going to be information flowing, conversations that are happening that truly matter, breakthroughs that happen, not just internally, but collectively. And this Gemini stellium is going to reach a peak under that Sagittarius blue moon that we're having on May 31st. And it's creating this dynamic axis between information and truth. Because remember, that blue moon is in Sagittarius energy. That is the explorer, the truth, the higher learning kind of energy. This is going to break open something between what you know and what you believe. And supporting all of this is this longer, more subtle alignment that may end up being one of the most impactful influences of the entire month of May. And I say that because Uranus, which is in Gemini, is going to begin to trine Pluto, which is in Aquarius. And remember, he's going to start moving retrograde this month as well. So there's this configuration that will remain active through the end of the year, by the way, as well. These two are going to be trying with each other. And this is the beginning of a kind of celestial renaissance that we will all feel, where innovation meets transformation through reflection as well. It brings breakthroughs not just on a personal level, but on a collective one, especially when it comes to technology, communication, and the way that we connect as a society as a whole. And spiritually, this opens the door for awakenings through awareness, for evolution through understanding. And woven into the fabric of all of that, all of the entire energies that are coming through in May, something rare and deeply supportive is also happening. And it's what astrologers typically will refer to as a success window. And this one will give you goosebumps. And I say that because Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto are all coming together. So, and just remember, Jupiter is our planet of expansion. Pluto is our planet of transformation. Saturn is our planet of stability and structure. Together, and this is happening in Taurus season and throughout Gemini season. Like I say, this is going to be big. So this is where together they are creating an energy of success after struggle. This is the kind of energy that is built, not given. And this is also where effort begins to pay off. We'll get into it. Stay for, or look at the timestamps for each of your sun, moon, and rising signs, because it's going to affect each of us differently. But this is where consistency meets opportunity. And spoiler alert, earth signs, you may begin to see tangible physical results from what you've been building, especially if you've been feeling delayed or delayed progress, delayed results. Air signs, you may also experience breakthroughs when it comes to thought, innovation, and collaboration. So, regardless of your sign, just remember this energy reminds you that nothing you've done has been wasted. It is a success window, and it's all been preparing you. All the work that you've been done, whatever has been building in your energy, building in your life, it is preparing you for this month, this moment. And this is the month of true layers, just like an onion or a story, however you want to look at it. But it's got the emotional release. It's got grounded intention. It's got mental awakening and transformational growth. And as you move through it, you may begin to realize that each shift, each realization, each moment of clarity is truly all connected, and it's guiding you somewhere very specific. So listen to what resonates for you, whether it be your sun, your moon, your rising, or all three, because this month, the cosmos are not just moving around you. They are truly reminding you that they're happening for you. And that's a confirmation. So let's get into the cards for each sign. Just want to say as well, like I said before, thank you guys so much for being here. I am so grateful for you. So let's see what unfolds. So Aries, this is the month where you are reclaiming your power through value. So this month is going to move you through a powerful recalibration, not just financially, but energetically, emotionally, and spiritually. And it begins with today, as I'm recording this Scorpio full moon. And I say that because it's activating your 8th house at 11 degrees. This is going to bring deep emotional release, particularly, thank you, around shared resources, intimacy, and power dynamics. And this is where you may find yourself confronting the ways that, the ways that you've overextended or overgiven, or even stayed tied to something out of obligation rather than alignment. And because it's happening at this master degree of 11, this is where it opens a portal of awareness for you. It's going to help you see clearly where your energy has been entangled, where it's time to reclaim it, where boundaries are now becoming necessities, not as walls, but as a form of self-respect. And if that resonates, let me know, because as Pluto stations retrograde in Aquarius, this is also going to be happening in your 11th house. So your focus is going to shift towards your future. And I mean your goals, your community, your sense of belonging, and the spaces where you truly walk and are feel allowed or safe to truly shine just as you are, and know that that's enough. And if that resonates, let me know, because with Pluto stationing retrograde at 5 degrees, this is an invitation to reflect on the changes that are already unfolding in your long-term vision. And it's not a surprise that we've got the Hermit here. This is grounding that long-term vision into your reality. So you may begin to reassess friendships, collaborations, or even the dreams that you've been working toward as you go in to truly do that contemplation, to seek that wisdom, even seek mentorship in a lot of ways as well, from your spirit guides, from your ancestors, from your angels, and from your past life knowledge. You're going to be going inward in a lot of ways This is the time to truly listen to your intuition. And I say that because this is where what once felt aligned may now feel like it's evolving for you. And this retrograde is going to ask you to take that step back and observe before you make your next move. So where do you need to integrate the lessons, right? Where do you need to end some cycles? How do you need to reposition yourself to achieve those goals that have been growing, that have been evolving as well? And mid-month, everything is going to ground through that Taurus supermoon for you guys, because it is happening in your second house at 26 degrees. So with the Three of Pentacles, this is where you're going to really truly begin to be recognized, particularly for your meaningful work. And with your second house being activated here, monetary rewards are how you're going to see that manifest, as well as collaborations, teamwork. This is also like building a structure based on your desires and your passions and communicating them in a way that opens up your creativity. So you're going to see a lot of growth with this new moon. This is one of your most important resets of the year, because the second house governs your income, your self-worth, and the way that you sustain yourself. And with the numerology of 8 coming in with that reduction of dualities and harmonies with 26 degrees, this is going to tap you in to your mastery and your potential. This is like unleashing your unlimited potential in a lot of ways. So this is where you'll begin to see something truly tangible or take shape in your life. Could be a new financial opportunity, could be a shift in how you earn, or even a deeper commitment to valuing yourself more fully. All of it can take root. And this is where you're truly standing in your authority with the Emperor, right? This is taking that place of leadership, taking the reins, taking charge, particularly when it comes to going after your ambitions. This is also a time where that self-discipline, that reason where you take action and devote your time and energy is going to not only pay off, but it's going to make the difference, because Mercury is going to be conjunct with this new moon. So pay attention to what's going on with this new moon, because the decisions that you make now will carry a long-term impact for you. Conversations around money, pricing, or even stability may feel especially significant for you. And with Jupiter supporting from your 4th house, there's going to be this emotional grounding that's also available to you. And it's going to remind you that security begins from within. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is what it's knocking out of your energy, right? Any type of lack mindset or this feeling of material or spiritual poverty, this new moon is going to knock that feeling of helplessness, hardship, financial difficulties, or desperation out of your entanglements. And Mercury is going to be delivering some insights to you about what you truly value most. And remember, you've got Jupiter here working, supporting your roots that you lay. This is going to be a big new moon. And just before this new moon, remember, we also have the Mercury Cazimi happening in Taurus. This is Taurus energy here. It's going to activate your second house as well. This is going to bring a moment of clarity for you around finances or your self-worth. And at 23 degrees, this insight may come through a realization that shifts how you see your value entirely. And if that resonates, let me know, because when we have this Mercury Cazimi happening, something is going to click for you. And once you see it, that's where you, those are the seeds to plant with this new moon. And as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, this is going to be opening up your communication. It's happening in your 3rd house. So everything is going to accelerate mentally for you. And remember, your 3rd house is not only about commitment, or conversations, thoughts, even contracts of what you commit to, but it's also your PR. It's how you show up in the world. This is your communication sector. So it's your thoughts and your voice united. And Uranus being here alongside Mercury, breakthroughs are going to happen quickly. Ideas will come suddenly. Conversations will feel electric. You may find yourself speaking truths that you hadn't fully processed yet before, or receiving information that changes your perspective entirely and instantly. And remember, we just so happen to have this Uranus Cazimi happening. And that is once in a lifetime, with the breath of a new beginning happening at 1 degree. This is the beginning of a completely new way of thinking, a new way of expressing yourself. And if you're launching a business, thinking about launching a business, whatever you've been building in that way, get ready for your truth to become your structure and your foundation. Especially with this Uranus Cazimi, this is a reset of the mind, and it's one that opens you up to innovation, curiosity, and new ways of connecting. And at the same time, we've got Mars moving into Taurus. And remember, this is like joining the focus of your second house into bringing action when it comes to your finances and your stability. This is going to be big for you guys. And I just got goosebumps. If you did too, let me know. And we're going to talk about why these came out 50-50 here. But this is where, with Mars moving into this Taurian energy, it's not about rushed energy, right? It's about deliberate action. It asks for patience. It asks for consistency. It asks for effort that builds over time. You're not just thinking about change, you're actively creating it. This is also where you're looking at those traditional values. You're looking at where you've been following conventional norms, group identification as well, where you find that sense of belonging. There is going to be an action that moves you with this awakening into a point of change. And it's going to change your focus, move you into a new energy of what you value most. And with Venus moving into Cancer in your 4th house, that is your house of home, family, safety, security. Venus is going to be here to soften underneath all of this energy, all of this transition. And it's going to allow you to truly complete a cycle, close something out, but also it enables you to stand in your truth. So with Venus here, your home, your emotional world, your sense of safety is going to become a source of nourishment and support. This is where you're looking at like where you've been overly guarded, where you've had to feel like you're defending yourself, especially against this, like what other people think. This is where by standing in your truth, you are creating a foundation that is steady, that is long lasting, that's meant to weather any storm. And why I say also too, some of you may be launching a business or something when it comes to PR, your brand, whatever it is because with the Queen of Pentacles, we're not only focused on our roots, our foundation, but this also speaks to generating wealth, building a business, and being good at it too, by the way. But this is generating prosperity. It's utilizing pragmatic plans rather than overnight success, utilizing your resources, right? And this is where I think these two both come in as well, kind of in this like teetery position. And I say that because the sun is going to be moving into Gemini, right? And that's when that Gemini stellium builds in your 3rd house. So your voice is going to become one of your greatest tools. This is where connections are made, ideas are shared, and opportunities begin to circulate through communication. For you guys, by the time we reach this Sagittarius full moon on May 31st, in your 9th house, by the way, as well, that is your house of expansion, higher self-wisdom. At 10 degrees, something is coming to a completion. Something is also coming to the pinnacle of success. And everything's going to be expanding for you because this is your house of belief, truth, travel, higher perspective. So something you've been learning or questioning is going to come full circle for you. And because of it, there's a decision that's going to be made. There's a new path that's going to be opened up. And with the number 10, this is both a completion and a beginning for you. It's the moment where you step forward with clearer understanding of where you're going and why. And I think that's why these came out both 50-50 like this, because this is where you're really truly looking at where there's been unbalance or disharmony in relationships, even tense quarreling, or tense situations, tense energy when it comes to who you're working with, who you're building your life with, your future with. We've got Venus here, really giving you some deep healing and some nourishing energy, especially when it comes to supporting you on what you're building, what you're launching. And with this Aries stellium, it's going to bring out some of this as well. And I say that because the Aries stellium, it's in your sign, first of all, but it's also in your 1st house. It's pushing you toward bold action and a personal evolution. So throughout this month, you are not going to feel like you are the same person you were even a few weeks ago. And this energy is going to be asking you to embody that change fully. And when you do, this is when this flips. So at the same time that all of this energy is emerging, you've got this trine that's happening between Uranus and Pluto in your 3rd house and in your 11th house. That's your sense of belonging. As your presence starts to truly shine, it's going to begin to reshape your future through the way that you think, the way that you speak, the way that you connect. Your ideas are not small. They are going to be the catalysts for your transformation this month. And this is where you start to see soul tribe alignment happening, where dualities, partnerships, relationships, even your decisions, your choices, start really connecting you to that heart chakra, right? This is compatible friendships. This is like even potentially new romance as well, but mutual attraction, where there's common goals being met, being aligned with when it comes to working together and achieving those successes. And I say that because we also have this success window that is being formed between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. And that's going to be activating your 4th house. That is your home, family, roots, safety, security. Your 1st house, so your presence, your state of consciousness. Your 11th house, your sense of belonging, your long-held dreams, your community. This is going to create something deeply supportive that is going to unfold beneath the surface. So this is also where your effort begins to stabilize, where your identity strengthens, and where your long-term vision starts to truly take form. So what you've been building, especially within yourself, is going to begin to show results in your exterior world. And remember, you've got a lot of focus on finances this month. So where you're like breaking the taboo, learning to stand and unlock your self-power, tap into your unlimited potential. This is where it's like you're starting to harness all of this energy with a new beginning that rather than it feeling out of control, it's going to start to come into alignment. It's going to start to embody this creative, constructive power, but it's aligned to your spiritual mastery as well, where you are able to manifest plans, put ideas into practice. And it's because you're coming into embodiment or alignment through embodiment. And if that resonates, let me know. And all I can say is, especially with Mercury coming out here again, this is the time to truly listen to your gut. Pay attention to the signs around you. Pay attention to your intuition, your dreams, because they are going to be leading the charge and leading the way, especially with this Mercury Cazimi happening, and then having it come into alignment with Uranus, and then having our once-in-a-lifetime Uranus Cazimi right after that. This is going to be the month where you reclaim your power, and it's going to start and truly be rooted with how you choose to redefine, I don't know why I said redefine, but whatever, redefine your value and maybe even align or reconnect with your divine humanity. And if that resonates, let me know. Put a heart in the comments below. All I can say, though, is especially because the soul talks through your gut, your intuition, check in with your body. During this month especially, release the tensions that you feel that you're carrying that have been blocking your energy, blocking your intuition. Because as you do, this is where you're going to realize that what you bring to the table is not just enough, it's essential. And when you tap into that place, that's where everything is going to begin to change for you this month. And just to get it, thank you. And this is where, wow, you are, and at the bottom of the deck, this is where you are tapping into a lot of wisdom that you've been accumulating from lifetime to lifetime. This is the time to walk through life with that confidence and that grace because you have the power. Focus on what you really want. Know that this is the month that you're being reminded of just how powerful you are, but also too that you are the master in your life. You are the creator in your life. You can create those dreams. And this is the time where your path unfolds. So release your past. Release wherever you've been feeling like you need to go with group inclinations in order to be accepted. Know that you're meant instead to pave your own path because you are the teacher. This is the month where you start finding through your connection, your communication, your thoughts, that the way that you leverage your gifts to help others, not only do you find your way, You help others find their way. This is going to be a big month for you, and perseverance is going to be your superpower. So lean into that energy, and if this resonates, let me know. So Pisces, this month of May is going to be rewriting your inner and outer reality. And I say that because this month holds this like profound shift between what you believe and how you live, between your inner world and the reality that you're actively creating. So as this month begins with that Scorpio full moon that is activating today, it is activating in your ninth house at 11 degrees. So it's like mastery through expansion. It's opening this powerful portal of awareness around your beliefs, your perspective. And especially if you've been feeling like you're stagnated, had a blindfold on, caught between difficult decisions, this is the full moon for you, because it's going to unfold or illuminate the direction that your life is truly moving in. This is where something is going to click on a soul level for you. A truth is going to surface, and it's one that may challenge the way that you've been seeing a situation, a path, or even yourself. So pay attention to this new moon, utilize moon water, set your intentions, release what needs to be released, especially with these two cards coming out and the Five of Cups coming out. We'll talk about this. But this is where the master number 11 under this, like this full moon in Scorpio, is going to heighten your intuition. It's going to be guiding you toward a deeper understanding of what you're meant to align with. You may also feel called to release these outdated beliefs, these limited narratives, or even a path that no longer resonates. And this is where clarity is going to rise from within. So think about where you've kind of like been stuck in a place where like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, I guess is how I would put it. Or stuck, like had some hesitation in where you've been going towards or taking a leap forward in a new beginning, where you've been evading making a decision even too. You've got Libran energy here. This is all about balance and harmony, because this hesitation, whatever has been making you feel stuck in a lot of ways, or feel like you're walking around with your eyes closed or blindfolded, it's causing a bit of disharmony. So this is the time to truly lean into what your soul's guidance has been trying to tell you, especially with your intuition here. Through this energy, this is where that Pluto energy with its stationing retrograde in reflection in Aquarius, which is thinking about your future, how you innovate, in your 12th house as well, by the way, at 5 degrees of change. The work is truly going to turn inward for you. And this is where that 5 energy, because we're beginning the 5th month, right? We also have the 5-5 portal, which is happening this month as well. The journey is going to turn deeply internal for you when it comes to transformation. And it's going to be one that asks you to explore your subconscious patterns, your fears, and the unseen forces that are shaping your reality. Because remember, the 12th house, it governs what's hidden, what's karmic. It's also uncovers or governs what's ready to be healed. And with Pluto, our planet of transformation here, it's going to be very powerful for you guys. And at 5 degrees, it's going to invoke a change that begins in a very subtle but undeniable way. So this is where we're looking at whatever new beginning in your material world you've been trying to reach towards. What's been holding you back? What's been making you feel like you're bound or stuck from taking this new beginning? Also, too, where your focus has been diverted away from these new cups, these new beginnings. So what needs to be released? What needs to be healed? And take advantage of this full moon in Scorpio in particular, because we also have a conjunction between Mercury and Chiron. So we're looking at what needs to happen, what you value most in your life to bring things back into balance, right? Where you felt closed off, particularly when it comes to not feeling like you're being met halfway. This is about social justice, fairness, right? Balance and symmetry. This is where it's like you're creating safe spaces. Again, you've got this Libran energy with the scales here, right? About sharing and also learning knowledge, financial management as well. Pluto's going to be bringing this huge breakthrough in a way that allows you to truly go into a change or go towards a change. But it's going to start through solitude and reflection. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where you get to reclaim your power quietly, but also through understanding yourself more deeply than you have before. And with all this focus on what you value most, this new moon is also going to be yours, because with that mid-month energy, and it's a super new moon as well, by the way, in Taurus, it's going to hit your third house at 26 degrees. And that is all about resetting your mind, right? Resetting your communication and the way that you process and express your thoughts. So this is the moment of mental recalibration for you. And remember, we've got the number 8 where this 26 degrees holds. It holds that duality and bringing duality back into, or harmony back into your partnerships. But then also too, the 8 is going to be unfolding and unleashing your mastery and your manifestation abilities. And here, this new moon is truly asking you to become intentional about your thoughts, your words, and the narratives that you choose to reinforce your ideas, your action. So expect with this new moon that a new idea, a writing project, or even a conversation will shift everything for you. Even a decision to think differently about your life moving forward. And I say that because Mercury is also going to be conjunct with this new moon. So your voice is going to be holding power. And what you speak, what you decide under this new moon in Taurus has the ability to truly shape your reality in very tangible ways. This is like where you need to integrate, right? Integrate what you value most into where you take action, where you invest your time and energy, where you feel and foster a sense of security. Just know under this new moon, you will be favored. And the energy taken, the seeds that you sow, will be favored as well. So think about where you've got lessons here that have made you really feel like mentally imprisoned, or that you're like bound, constrained, stuck from really taking this new beginning or developing this stable structure, where you felt even powerless as well, where you felt ostracized or let fears drive or anxieties drive as well, because it's tapping you into your full potential. This is stability. This is prosperity. This is also justice in a lot of ways as well. And you've got 2 social justices coming out here with the 6 of Pentacles and then also this 8 of Swords. So this is where with the 5 of Cups, look at where you've been holding regret, despair, mourning, grief, or even fear of loss, where these shadows have been driving your passions, because you've got change that is going to be opening up a beautiful new chapter for you. And I say that because Jupiter will be supporting this new moon, which is a super new moon. Cannot stress that enough. And Jupiter is stationed in your 5th house. That is your house of bliss, joy, love. There's creativity, confidence, and emotional expansion that is available to you as you begin this new chapter. So this new moon is really going to be redirecting your focus from what was spilt over into the cups that are truly still full for you. And it's going to be opening up and tapping you into your creativity with the sacral flow. And this is where true transformation happens, because remember, your sacral energy is not only about like cherishing the present, but it's utilizing the past, not from a place of pain, but as a place of wisdom. And that's that transmutation of energy through that healing process that allows you to turn that pain into passion, and then turn it into profit, turn it into prosperity. So before all this, just remember that Mercury Cazimi in Taurus is going to be activating your 3rd house. That is your house of communication, your thoughts, your PR. If you're like launching a business, has a lot to do about how you feel, where you've been grieving, and what needs healing when it comes to this 10 of Swords. And with the Mercury Cazimi happening at 23 degrees, it also boils down to change. Looking at dualities, where there's been a lack of synergy. It's going to bring this moment of clarity that feels like a breakthrough in your thinking. So something that you've been trying to understand suddenly is going to make sense under this Mercury Cazimi. So pay attention. Listen to your dreams. Journal, because there's a conversation even potentially that will land differently. There's a realization that will shift your perspective. And once it does, it's going to open the door for this change. And as Mercury moves into Gemini, oh my goodness. Yeah, something is going to change. And I'm just looking at what's being revealed here. This is big at the bottom of the deck. So, first of all, I will just say I'm giving you a hug right away. Because this is hard energy. This is where it's like your trust in others has really been tested in a lot of ways. And remember, Mercury, when he moves into Gemini, is going to be aligning with Uranus in your 4th house. That is your space of home, family, emotional foundations. So when we're looking at that, we're looking at where your home, your roots, emotional ties, sense of safety and security, feeling supported, has not been met in a way that has fostered this new beginning where you feel like safe enough to express yourself, feel safe enough to express your joy, especially with your 5th house being really activated with Jupiter. This is where things are going to start landing differently. And in conversations, you'll find a lot of healing. I will also say as well, once Mercury moves into Gemini, into your 4th house, you may find that where you have felt like you've been like told to bear the burden, or you've been feeling like you've been carrying the weight of everybody around you, and meanwhile this is what they've been doing, right? You feel backstabbed, where there's jealousy, there's hatred, there's treachery, there's even assault or retaliation. This is also reminding you that there is a bright horizon, and it comes from anchoring in your truth and speaking your truth, particularly when it comes to Mercury's focus. Because remember, that is our winged messenger. He rules thoughts, communication, words in a lot of ways as well. So this is where you're looking at betrayals, deceptions, people that you've been having to don't have your best interest at heart. I guess I'll Midwest nice this all the way around. This is where, under Mercury moving into Gemini, after this like Cazimi that really forces you while he's in Taurus to look at what values you hold most, something is happening. You may begin to start really seeing things shift quickly and unexpectedly, where conversations within your home environment may bring sudden insights. You may feel called to change your living situation altogether, redefine what home means to you, or break free from an emotional pattern that is rooted in the past. And that includes past traumas as well, generational curses as well. So take advantage of Uranus's Cazimi, because at one degree it marks a powerful new beginning in your emotional world. And for you, Pisces, it's truly going to be a liberation, not just externally, but internally. And there's going to be this new sense of freedom that's going to begin to emerge in how you hold space for yourself. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where, I mean, look at what we're moving from. We're moving from 2 tens where you have felt betrayed, you have felt backstabbed, or had to carry the load on your own, dealing with people that have disregarded your emotions and your emotional safety. There's been fibs, there's been a feeling of outcast, ostracization, where there's been chaos, clash of ambitions, competition for promotions, disputes happening. 2 things of envy, know what I meant, not what I said, and a true lack of unity that's been happening. There is something that is causing upheaval, and it is here to truly cause an end of a phase and a start of a new one through transformation, revolutions. It's your personal revolution, but it's more importantly a liberation that will lead towards a rebirth for you. So again, we've got the sacral flow. We've got 4 sacral energies here. So this is really looking at the past and not letting the past define your future. And if that resonates, let me know. Because as we've got this Uranus Cazimi happening, at the same time, we've also got Mars, our planet of action, desires, passions, moving into Taurus. You've got pains turning into passion. So this is now like where your greatest hardship is now starting a new beginning, a new chapter into your greatest revolution, your greatest revelations as well. And it's becoming where you start to, how to put it? So Mars is joining Taurus's energy, right? Taurus is stellium. He's joining the forces that are in your third house. So this is bringing action to your communication and decision making. This is where you begin to follow through on ideas that have been forming within you, but not in a way that's hasty. This is where those shadows start to become a point of a new beginning that really initiates change in your life. And this energy is focusing on what you value most. It's Taurus energy. It's fostering safety and security. So it's steady, it's intentional, it's focused. You're not just thinking differently. You're speaking and acting differently as well. And remember, we've got Venus moving into the most compassionate sign. She's moving into Cancer, and it just so happens she's moving into your 5th house. So there's this beautiful softening that is going to be opening your heart, where creativity flows more easily, where joy feels more accessible, where romance, self-expression, emotional connection. We've got the 1 of Cups here, or the Ace of Cups. I don't know why I said 1. Either way, the Ace of Cups, where your cup overflows, coming into play. This is like where emotional connection becomes the true source of healing and inspiration for you. And as you can see, it's because you're shining in your truth, you're voicing your truth, you're looking at those shadows, and you're choosing to set down those burdens. This is walking towards like opportunities. There's a new relationship for you is what I got to say coming in May. And let me know in the comments below what's unfolding, because it's a relationship that not only fills you with a relationship with yourself that taps you into your creativity, your intuition, your spirituality, but it also is a relationship in your exterior world that's going to unfold for you. And it leads to this beginning of prosperity. It's got the potential that is like new positivity in your life. It's new abundance in your life as well. And as the sun moves into Gemini, and that Geminian stellium is going to be starts to build in your 4th house, family, roots, safety, security, your attention is going to turn more fully towards your inner world. And this is also where a breakthrough is going to be happening for you. And I say that because you're going to be understanding yourself, your past, and your emotional patterns that have shaped you in a brand new way. So when the sun moves into Gemini, expect conversations, realizations, and even unexpected shifts within your home life that will begin to align you with a deeper sense of truth. We've had that Ace of Cups come out here. This is when you're really going to start feeling it. And I will also say, by the time that we reach the Sagittarius full moon, the blue moon on May 31st, that blue moon in Sagittarius is truth energy, and it's happening in your 10th house. We already had 2 10s out. This full moon in Sagittarius on May 31st is not only happening in your 10th house, it's happening at 10 degrees. So everything is going to be culminating in your outer world. This is also where your career will truly, like your purpose, your public life, something is going to be coming full circle. And this is also where a decision in your life is going to be made, where a path becomes clear to where recognition, movement, or a shift in direction for you may also take place. Because remember, 10s are also about completions and the start of something new. It's truly like the embodiment of the wheel card, right? Where things come full circle. This is where it's going to signal you, this full moon in particular is going to signal you that you're stepping into a new chapter of your purpose, one that is aligned with everything you've been processing internally. And throughout all of this, that Aries stellium is going to be pushing you, activating your 2nd house of self-worth, values, finances, pushing you to take bold action when it comes to your stability, your self-worth, and your money. Something that you are learning to value in yourself, in new ways of how you carry yourself through life, is going to be taking initiative in May. And it's building your life in a way that supports you materially and energetically. And if that resonates, let me know, because at the same time, with the trine that is emerging between Uranus in your 4th house and Pluto, who is in your 12th house. Something is also happening here that is going to begin to reshape your inner world in profound ways through deep healing, through the kind of shifts that happen in your foundation in a necessary way that frees you from patterns you may not have even realized that you were carrying. And remember, we had 2 tens come out with the 10 of Swords and the 10 of Staves. So something is truly going to be healed in May for you. It's going to illuminate and awaken growth, effort. Something is going to be, like the supportive, is going to be shifting tangible results in your external world. And once you feel this, what once felt uncertain is going to begin to feel grounded for you. So this is the time to truly look at where you need some TLC. Schedule it in, prioritize it, because you're worth it. And once you do, that inner world shift and how you treat yourself, how you care for yourself, will start manifesting in your outer world as well. Because you're teaching the universe how you want to be treated. And if that resonates, let me know. Because with this success window also forming between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto, I mean, that is going to be activating your 5th house, your 2nd house, and your 12th house. So you've got your house of bliss, joy, love, creativity, self-worth, finances. You also have your subconscious, your hidden gifts, your hidden talents, also revealing hidden enemies. There is something that is quietly aligning for you. Your creativity, your confidence, and your self-worth are truly stabilizing in May. This is the time to find, and you're finding ways, I should say, through the success window to lighten up, not take everything so seriously, not carry the weight of the world on your shoulders as well, or let it drain your energy. Because this success window is all about where the inner work that you've been doing, the healing, the growth, the effort, will begin to see those tangible results manifest in your outer world. And this is where this month, this May, is going to be where your inner transformation begins to shape your outer reality in ways that you haven't experienced yet. Where the way that you think, feel, and believe creates the foundation for where you're going next. And as everything shifts, both within you and around you, you may begin to realize that you're not just dreaming about your future anymore. You're building it in a very big way. And if that resonates, let me know, because, because what we've got here is perseverance. So this is where you're being reminded in the month of May that you've got so many gifts to share with this world. There is no problem that can overpower you, that you can't withstand, right? Especially with the power of your mind. So, especially when it comes to your partnerships, it is time to start accepting yourself, all of you, the colorful personality, standing in your confidence, feeling good about being you, and knowing just how much joy you bring the world when you shine your light in your truth. This is also where Spirit is saying, especially with your 4th house being lit up the way that it is in May, let your community nourish and protect you. Don't be afraid to ask for help, because teamwork brings that, teamwork brings the dream work, right? Many hands make light work. Align yourself with the true soul tribe, especially as you go through these 4th house changes in your home environment even. Because what's waiting for you on the other side of this new chapter, in this new chapter, is abundance. And we saw that in the tarot as well. So this is where Spirit is also letting you know that you are not walking alone. Your ancestors and your angels are going to be going through these transitions with you, holding your hand every step of the way. This is the time where they'll also be teaching you the way of gratitude, prayer, spiritual alignment, so that you can raise your vibration. And in turn, as you heal your inner world, see how that not only helps you through weathering any storm, but also filling your life with goodness. And if that resonates, let me know. Aquarius, so the month of May for you guys, all I can say is your future begins within you. This is a month that is going to feel like this powerful restructuring of your inner foundations and your outer direction. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is going to feel, this month is going to feel like life is quietly rewriting the blueprint of who you're becoming. This is special for you guys. And as we start out this month with this Scorpio full moon is activating your 10th house. That is your house of being seen. That is your house of career, of purpose, and it's illuminating at 11 degrees of mastery. It is bringing culmination, clarity. Oh my goodness, this is a lot, but I won't argue. There is something that you are being freed from when it comes to where you have felt restricted in your foundation. So this full moon in Scorpio wants the truth. It wants the raw truth, right? It is bringing clarity or emotional truth around your career, your public identity, and the direction that you've been building towards. And this is where something is truly going to be reaching its peak for you guys. So this is a powerful full moon and a powerful day for you guys, because look at what else is coming through in May. Oh my goodness. Okay, I just want to see if I can spread all these out. Let's see if I can move some of these. Okay. Wow. Yeah. We're going to talk about this. So, you're jumping right into May. That's all I got to say. This is where something under this Scorpio full moon is reaching its peak. It could be a realization that lands on how you see your path forward. With the master number 11, it's going to heighten visibility for you, and it's going to heighten awareness for you. It's going to make something for you impossible to ignore. And particularly, it's illuminating what isn't aligned anymore for you in your life. So you may feel seen, you may feel exposed, you may feel emotionally clarified in your role in the world altogether. This illumination is ultimately guiding you toward your authenticity in your purpose. It's bringing you back into harmony. It's illuminating shadows when it comes to fully being seen with the sun here, fully allowing that light to shine on you, right? So as you look back at memories of the past, this is also about seeing where the past has influenced the present for you, right? But more importantly, it's a positive card in the way where you're holding compassion for that inner child in a lot of ways. And just keep in mind, with Pluto stationing in your house, moving retrograde now, and aligned at 5 degrees when he starts moving into a point of reflection, the focus is going to turn deeply inward for you. And you're looking at where you have felt restricted, where you have felt vices, where there's even been too much of a focus on materialism, pessimism, distrust, or even a lack of faith. What's caused all of it is the bigger question. So this is the time where that inner reflection truly looks at the past, and it reunites you with the simple pleasures of life, so that you start seeing where this has ruled your energy and your focus. And if that resonates, let me know, because with Pluto being retrograde in May, this is going to be one of the most significant long-term influences of the month for you personally. Pluto in your first house, like this, is going to begin a 5-month retrograde cycle, and it just so happens we're in the month of May, the 5th month of the year, and it's happening at 5 degrees. So there is something that is deeply changing for you. This is going to pull you into an intense process of identity transformation. And at 5 degrees, the number of change, this is not surface level evolution, this is foundational. And you're being asked to examine who you're becoming, how you hold power, what parts of your identity are ready to be released, so that something more authentic, more emotionally true can emerge for you and from within you. And this is a period of deep internal restructuring, that you're going to feel, especially where it's like, if you've been, just ask yourself, what have you been focusing on when it comes to your foundations, when it comes to your heart chakra, feeling supported, feeling safe, because there's a new cup of compassion being handed to you. And it's going to need time for introspection so that you can reevaluate your situation, reevaluate your past, what's been built, like really restricting your foundation, your security, and allow the opportunity of a new beginning to come in and allow you to reposition yourself. So this is going to be big, because there's a personal truth within you that is going to begin to outweigh external expectations. And if that resonates, let me know, because I just got goosebumps. And we've got 2 4s here, by the way, as well. So where your personal truth, I will say it again, begins to outweigh those external expectations, Mid-month, we come into this Taurus super new moon, and it's going to be activating your 4th house. That is your home, your family, your roots, past traumas, family traumas as well. So at 26 degrees, this super new moon is going to be bringing a grounded reset to your emotional world, to even your home life, or even to your inner sense of stability. And remember, 26 degrees, that is dualities, harmony, new beginnings of dualities, partnerships, and having harmony lead the way, become your foundation. And because it reduces to 8, it symbolizes this point of mastery, strength, and long-term manifestation, as well as tapping into your infinite abundance, your infinite potential. This is where you will begin to see changes happening as you rebuild your foundation from the inside out under this super new moon. Changes within your home, changes within family dynamics, or even your living situation may come up with this new moon. It could even come up where there's conversations or decisions related to home instability that come in and need to be addressed or need to be voiced. This is the time to truly look at your dreams when it comes to your foundations, your family life, your home life. And this is your energy where you start innovating your structure in a different way, your home life in a different way. And I say that because all of these changes are going to really drive you towards focusing on how you innovate emotional safety and grounding in your family life, in your home life. And with Mercury being conjunct with this new moon, there are going to be important conversations or decisions related to home instability that may come up for you. Just going to say that again. We've got a lot of 4s on the table and a lot's happening in the astros. With Jupiter here, though, just remember Jupiter is luck, optimism, abundance, opportunity. There is this support coming in your day-to-day house, your 6th house. So there's this practical, supportive energy that is also going to be available to you in your daily life, your routines, and it's going to help you with anchoring these choices. So as you look at what fills your home, your family, your foundations with true vitality, with true sun energy, right? This is where there's always two ways that I like to read the 4 of Pentacles. It's like where you look at where you're holding on to control too much to a point where you feel this lack of security, where even there's been a hoarding of possessions or too much materialism as a focus. And instead you're building something with what truly lights you up, with spiritual wealth, with emotional wealth and support, because we've got the 3 of Cups here. So this is where it's like your internal compass is being recalibrated towards your true north. And if that resonates, let me know, because just before this, remember, we also have Mercury Cazimi in Taurus, focusing on change at 23 degrees, focusing at synergy or prioritizing what you value most to foster stability and synergy in your partnerships. And this is going to bring a moment of clarity around emotional security and your life direction. So something is going to click for you under this Mercury Cazimi regarding what you need in order to feel safe, supported, and grounded. And if that resonates, let me know, because I just got chills. It may not be loud or dramatic, I'm just going to tell you that, but what it will be is very clear, and it will shift your internal compass in a very big way. And it's going to shift you towards this 3 of Cups energy, where there's synthesis, balance, dynamic balance as well. This is not about rejecting polarities. This is about bringing polarities into their greatest strength. And as I always like to put it, it's like you come together, when you come together in full diversity, we become stronger because we all think differently, right? And with the throat chakra, it's allowing that space of safety to truly voice for each and every person, right, in this situation, to voice your needs, your desires, your wants, your concerns, and to be fully heard, to be fully received with compassion. When it comes to the 3 and the 3 of Cups in particular, this is like uniting with common goals through diversity, because we think differently, we become stronger. And when we unite in that way towards a common goal, that's when the sky becomes the limit, because we're tapping into our true potential power together. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where things will become clear. Things are going to shift your internal compass. And then as Mercury enters into Gemini, this is going to align with Uranus, our breakthrough planet. These two are aligning in your 5th house. This is so special for you guys. This is where your energy becomes more expressive, inspired, creatively charged, because you feel safe to do so, right? This is the house of creativity, joy, romance, self-expression, and Uranus is going to bring sudden sparks of inspiration or even unexpected developments. No pressure, just saying. Ideas may quickly arrive because you feel safe enough to dream them, right? Romantic situations, no pressure, but they may also suddenly shift in good ways for positive light. Creative breakthroughs are also highly possible with this aspect. Uranus Cazimi at 1 degree marks the beginning of the new creative cycle for you. This is where enlightenment is going to be happening, and where you're going to be aligning to your dreams. This is Neptune here. This is where it's like spiritual growth is going to be happening. Not without surrender, though, as well. But what will happen is a surrender towards a new perspective, possibly even an unconventional perspective that you're not used to. This is where something is going to reconnect you with what excites you. And at the same time, I almost wanted to put these away. I don't know why. At the same time, with Mars moving into Taurus, activating your 4th house, Mars is going to be bringing momentum to your home, to your family, to your emotional restructure that you're already being enlightened to. And this is not hasty. Mars is your will, your passion, your desires, where you take action. But in Taurus, it's steady, grounded energy that asks you to take action in building stability in your life. Whether that's through like physical changes in your environment or in your emotional boundaries within your family dynamics. This is going to be where you're going to be standing in your strength, tapping into your potential, leading with compassion and kindness, right? This is passion and desires. This is where love triumphs over hate, where there's harmony for vision, where you've got the courage to speak your truth and know that it will be received and supported in a way that lets you feel safe. And at the same time, with Venus entering Cancer, entering your 6th house, this is your day-to-day rhythm, your flow. Your focus is going to soften in your daily life, bringing more care, more compassion, and more emotional nourishment into your routines. This is where healing truly happens, because it happens through consistency, rest, small acts of care, and self-care. This is where you start really looking at how to bring in, adapt with Geminian energy, more compassion into how you care for yourself each and every day, in your habits, in your choices, in your discernments, in your thoughts, right? In your creativity, where you can start to dream with charisma without holding yourself back or feeling like you need to silence yourself. How you listen to your intuition towards building a foundation. And this speaks to the inner self, right? And the relationship with your feelings, your spirit, your desires, also your emotions. So this is where you're really coming home to yourself. And I will also say, as the sun moves into Gemini, and that Geminian stellium builds, say that 10 times fast. I just love that word, Geminian. Either way, I'm a nerd. This is going to be building in your 5th house. So expect something big to break through for you. Your creative energy is going to expand significantly during Gemini season. Know what I meant? And this is a time of inspiration, expression, romance, and rediscovering your joy. Conversations will become lighter. Ideas will flow freely and more freely for you and to you. You may feel more connected to what makes you feel alive once we come into Gemini season. And if that resonates, just let me know. Put a heart in the comments below, because this is where something truly awakens within you. And for your future as well. This energy is going to support creative breakthroughs and emotional reawakenings for you through your self-expression. So it's time to really tap in to what lights you up. What true skills, gifts do you have that lets your creativity flow? Because this is the time to let that energy speak through you. And by the time that we reach that Sagittarius full moon, that blue moon on May 31st, which is happening in your 11th house, by the way. That is your long-term dreams, your community, your sense of belonging. And with it aligning at 10 degrees, there is a pinnacle of success where something is closing and something is beginning. Everything is going to come into focus around your future, your community, and your long-term vision. So this is where something culminates socially and within your greater goals. And with the number 10 representing completion, new beginnings, something here may manifest through the realization of where you truly belong, or more importantly, which direction your future is naturally pulling you toward. Could be a friendship, could be networks, could be aspirations that may shift and expand or come full circle in a way that clarifies your next steps. So just remember through all of this that no one said this whole life thing was a race. When you need it, take that TLC time. Listen to your 6th house. It's okay to slow down. Nothing happens overnight. And with Taurus energy, this is where things are really going to be enlightening for you, where you come home to yourself and realizing that life happens for you, not to you, right? And you're in the driver's seat. You are the creator. And if that resonates, let me know, because at the same time that your direction is starting to really truly take shape, we've got this Aries stellium, remember, continuing to activate your 3rd house, pushing momentum through your communication, through learning, through expression. Your thoughts are becoming decisive. Your voice is becoming more direct. Your ideas are carrying weight. They're also carrying urgency. So stop caring about what they think, right? This is your life to love. It's your life to live. And if that resonates, let me know. Because as you come home to yourself, come home to reclaiming your power with Pluto in your sign, by the way, I just cannot stress this enough. This is where your voice becomes more direct. Your thoughts become more decisive. Your action meets your mindset. And this is where your words begin to shape your direction. And with the trine also forming between Uranus in your 5th house and Pluto in your 1st house, this is going to be one of the most powerful aspects of your personal evolution happening this year. This is where your creative awakening is meeting your identity transformation. It's going to feel powerful, but it's going to waken you up in so many beautiful ways. I can't even articulate or begin to picture. So let me know what's unfolding for you in the comments below, because this is where you start stepping into a version of yourself that is more expressive, more authentic, and more willing to break away from old definitions of who you were expected to be. And this is a true, oh my gosh, look at this. I just got chills. If you did too, let me know. This is where your true awakening happens. How to put it? This is where your liberation of 2026 truly happens. This is liberation through creativity and self-discovery. And remember, we also have a success window happening. So with the success window between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto activating your 2nd house, this is your self-worth, your values, and your finances. And your 1st house, this is your identity, your state of consciousness. And also activating your 11th house, your long-held dreams, your sense of belonging, your community. Something important is going to begin to stabilize for you. And as you walk towards your freedom, your finances, your identity, and your future vision are quietly aligning. And this is where you're learning to truly run, or allow yourself to run towards your purpose, drive towards your purpose, and feel the unlimited reserves within you, the unlimited stamina when you are truly aligned with your soul's calling. This is also too about reclaiming your power, stepping into your mastery, right? This is like letting go of the past, letting yourself be guided by the wisdom that inspires you, and in turn, let that wisdom be shared, be voiced, so that it can inspire the world. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where, with this success window that's aligning between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto, this is where effort truly meets opportunity for you, Aquarius, where consistency begins to show results. This is where you're able to step and stand in your personal power, stand in your sovereignty, right? Let your intuition guide you. Know that life is truly supporting you, that you're meant for nobility and also prosperity here. This is big. I just got chills. If you did too, let me know, because this is where you may start to see tangible progress in what you've been building, especially in areas connected to your skills, your self-worth, or even your long-term aspirations. Again, let go of the past. This is the month, during the month of change, especially as we have Pluto go into a point of reflection when it comes to your personal power. In the 5th month of change, at 5 degrees, we also just so happen to have the 5-5 portal happening this month. So, spoiler alert, I will say as well, that is the time to really set your intentions and lean into change. Embrace it, because there's opportunities that are going to be opening up for you. This is the time, this month, where as you start to see these tangible results happen, as you step into your rightful place, know that it's time that you're being crowned for success. This is a month where your future doesn't just change, it begins to take shape from within you. And as everything shifts around you, you may also start to realize that you've been preparing for this moment, this month, all along, because the version of yourself that you've been working towards, that you've been rebirthing, is finally beginning to shine. And if that resonates, let me know. Capricorns, so May is going to be a month where architecture truly expands your life. And what I mean by that is that this month is going to feel like a powerful restructuring of your beliefs, your vision, and the long-term direction that you're building toward right now. And if life is quietly asking you to think bigger, reach further, trust a new horizon that's unfolding ahead of you, this is the month that it all truly starts to make sense and take shape. And I say that because it's beginning with today, the full moon that is activating, and it's activating your 11th house at 11 degrees, no less. So this is going to be a very powerful full moon for you guys. It brings emotional clarity around your future, your friendships, and the dreams that you've been working toward. And something here, as it aligns in this point of mastery, is going to reach a culmination point for you. It could be a realization about who is truly aligned with your path, what goals still hold emotional truth for you. Something is being heightened with your intuition and your spiritual awareness. And it's going to manifest in a way that comes through in your social world. It's going to help you see which connections truly support your evolution and which ones are ready to naturally fall away. So this is the time, especially with the 2 of Cups coming out, and then, the 9 of Swords coming out 50-50, as well as the Queen of Pentacles. We'll talk about this. This is where something is coming to a point of emotional honesty, and it's about where your future direction is going. And just keep in mind, we've got Pluto stationing retrograde, in Aquarius, which is going to be tapping into your 2nd house at 5 degrees. So your self-worth, your values, your finances. Something is changing at 5 degrees. The focus is going to shift deeply into your relationship with value, stability, and self-worth. And because this is happening in the 5th month, there is an internal review that is happening about how you build security in your life, financially, emotionally, and energetically. And remember, 5 is the number, the degree of change. Pay attention to the 5-5 portal is all I got to say, because it is not going to be just about money. It is going to be about stepping into your personal power and how you root that, how you root the sacred into the ordinary of your personal power. And if that resonates, let me know. Because you're being asked to reflect on where your energy goes, what you invest in, and whether it truly reflects your worth. So, Old fears with this full moon, and especially with Pluto, our planet of transformation, going into this point of reflection, old fears this month about scarcity or control may surface for you. It can feel overwhelming at times, but it's really here to transform you. So take the time to go in, to contemplate, to reposition yourself, to receive and seek that guidance from your ancestors, your angels, your spiritual guides as well. Because this is where your intuition is going to be leading you towards a new beginning with the new moon that is coming in, that is focused in Taurus as well. Focusing on what you value most in life and how you step into leadership when it comes to your transformation. So this is where you begin to redefine what stability actually means to you and what you value most, that makes you feel safe and where you take action. And as I said before, I mean, this super new moon in Taurus just so happens to be activating your 5th house. And it's happening at 26 degrees. So it's looking at your relationships. It's looking at dualities within yourself, your inner world and your outer world, and also where harmony needs to be realigned for you. And in your 5th house, it's bringing this grounded yet expansive reset to your creativity, to your joy, romance, and even self-expression. And more importantly, where you stand for your ambitions. Go after them. Where you provide support, where you feel supported as well. Where your foundation lets you truly build from a place of confidence. Because you are enough. Absolutely. And with 26 degrees with this new moon alignment reducing to 8, that is the number of mastery, abundance, manifestation through alignment. So set your intentions, because this is one of the most fertile creative windows that you will get to experience all of 2026, all year. Something new wants to be born through you. Could be a project, a passion, a romantic spark, or even a reconnection to what makes you feel alive again. Because remember, we've got Mercury conjunct with this new moon as well. So it's looking at your foundations, your thoughts, your words, your ideas. And with Mercury being conjunct with this new moon, your ideas carry that creative power. Your decisions now have long-term impact. Could be about setting boundaries, building a structure. This is balance of contentment coming in, and it's got a lot to do with your relationships, right? Who's coming with you, with the future that you're building. And with Jupiter being in, I mean, this is supportive energy. Jupiter is expansion. Jupiter is luck, abundance, optimism. Just so happens Jupiter is supporting you in your 7th house under this new moon. So there is this expansion that is going to be happening in your life through relationships, new connections, supportive partnerships, or even emotional growth within existing bonds. So this is where it's like, expect to have Venus bless you as well. We'll talk about Venus, I promise. But she's moving into Cancer this month. We'll talk about it, I promise. But under this new moon with Jupiter here, expect to be aligned with true soul tribe relationships that have harmony for your vision, harmony for your future. There's compatibility. Again, new romance, new friendships. It's cooperative energy. It lets you feel supported. So just remember that your soul mirrors are going to be talking through your relationships under this new moon. And keep in mind too, just before this, the Mercury Cazimi in Taurus, focusing on what you value most, is aligned at 23 degrees. So it's looking at bringing synergy, creativity into your dualities, into your relationships as well through change. This Mercury Cazimi in Taurus is going to bring a creative clarity flash into your life where something clicks around joy, expression, or even love. So this may be the month that you meet that person, just saying. But it's going to help you understand what truly brings fulfillment rather than obligation in your relationships and in your life. And this Mercury Cazimi is truly where inspiration for you guys becomes undeniable. And as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, these two are uniting in your 6th house. This is where your focus is going to shift into your daily life, your work routines, your health. This is also where sudden insights or changes may arise in your schedule, your workflow, or your responsibility. And just be prepared, the energy is going to become fast, innovative. You are going to be like, your mind is going to be on fire. expect to feel very active upstairs is kind of how I would put it. You may discover new ways of working, new systems, or even unexpected opportunities that shift your day-to-day life altogether. And then keep in mind, we've got Uranus Cazimi as well. So where you're sitting 50-50 with the Nine of Swords and the Queen of Pentacles, on the downswing of the Nine of Swords, actually, let's do it on the upright first. This is where it's like, if you have been dealing with like anxiety or haunted by loss, maybe even having trouble sleeping, look at where you're blaming yourself, where you may have been carrying a load that was never meant to be your burden to carry. Because there's something also coming to completion about this. And it's freeing up your sacral flow. And when we come into Gemini season, this is the time where you're going to be taking action towards your dreams, your desires. This is Mars here. So with Uranus, our breakthrough planet, also having this once-in-a-lifetime Cazimi at 1 degree no less in May, it's going to mark a beginning of a new cycle in how you structure your life. Get ready for changes, because it's a life that prioritizes freedom, adaptability, and mental stimulation in your day-to-day life, in your daily flow. And once Mars moves into Taurus, Mars is going to be activating your 5th house. This is like bringing steady, grounded action to your creative life, to your passions. This is going to be so powerful for you guys. This is where inspiration turns into execution. You're not just imagining new possibilities, you are building them. And remember, as I said, spoiler alert, Venus is entering Cancer this month. This is where she's also entering your 7th house of relationships. Your relationships are going to take on a more softer emotional tone. So wherever you've been feeling like you've been dealing with financial instability or not sure where to take initiative, right? Or feel like you're dealing with suffocating love where it's just too much, like too controlling, or there's people that tear you down rather than lift you up, where it leaves you feeling unconfident. Not only does it rock your foundational world, but it really distresses your solar plexus energy as well. This is where things start to change for you. It's going to be a fully defining moment. And I say that because Venus in your 7th house, this is the time of connection, understanding, deeper emotional reciprocity when it comes to relationships. And that includes love, business, collaborations. All of them are going to feel more supportive and more nurturing. This is also where you're being asked to truly look at embodying your truth when it comes to your foundation in relationships, and that goes for business too. And I say that because the Queen of Pentacles, this is about material wealth, right? Prosperity, career. This is about looking at your resources as well and being good at managing them as well as good at managing business, generating prosperity altogether. And as the sun moves into Gemini, and that Gemini stellium builds in your 6th house, affecting your day-to-day life. Remember, change your life by making one choice each and every day. Change your habits, your routines, whatever it means to you. And if that resonates, let me know, because your attention is going to fully shift into refining your systems, your habits, your routines. And this is where clarity is going to truly emerge through structure. So look at where you've been feeling like financial, spiritual hardships. Maybe feeling like you're in a lack mentality, dealing with, as I like to always put it with the 5 of Pentacles, it's kind of like you're looking at what you value most and you're being asked I guess the best way to put it is like sometimes you know that you truly have a guardian angel when redirection becomes protection. So if there's been something that you've been struggling with manifesting in your life, know that there's always a reason why. And you never get to quite understand it until you're already on your true aligned path and hindsight becomes 20/20. But just remember, if you've been struggling with getting things off the ground in one way, shape, or form, this Gemini stellium is going to point you in a different direction and realign you, like recalibrating your compass towards your true north. And if that resonates, let me know, because under this stellium, conversations, insights, ideas will begin to reshape how you manage your time, your energy, and your responsibilities. And you've got new love coming in. There is like efficiency and adaptability that are going to rewrite how you reinvest your time and in turn see those return on investments. And stay tuned and keep an eye out for May 31st, because this Sagittarius full moon, this blue moon, is going to be happening in your 12th house. It is also aligned at 10 degrees. So there is an ending and a beginning coming through with this blue moon. Everything is going to come to this quiet but powerful culmination for you. So think about where you've been holding on to too much control in your foundations with the Four of Pentacles. Because where you've been holding on too tightly is actually causing the root of this insecurity, right? And that could be financial, spiritually, whatever it means to you. It's also blocking a sacral energy for you, where your creativity has been able to really come through in your manifestations and what you're building. So with this I almost said super full moon, Sagittarius full moon, know what I meant, not what I said. With it happening in your 12th house, this is the house of endings, healings, and subconscious release. So something is going to be demanded through surrender that will lead towards a new beginning. Something internal is going to reach a completion. It could be a belief, a fear, or even a hidden emotional pattern that you're not necessarily consciously aware of. With the number 10 here, it reflects both that closure and renewal. So just remember, it's making room for true alignment. For true, I mean, look at this. This is what comes in after. This is gorgeous energy. So it reignites your true connection to your heart's desires. We've got Venus here. This is your true house of bliss embodiment, your true fifth house in bliss. I don't know why I can't talk all of a sudden. Fifth house embodiment, which is your house of bliss. So something here is going to free you emotionally and spiritually from this and from this. It's going to bring synergy, growth into your life. This is where, when you let go of what you've outgrown without needing to fully define it, something new is being birthed. It's going to fill your life with love, creativity, beauty, pleasure, success, material wealth as well. And it's through the attunement of harmony and coming into your center of your truth, right? Really embodying and embracing your truth. So lean into this energy, because throughout all of this and throughout May, we do have this Aries stellium that is continuing to activate your 4th house. That is your home, family, roots, safety, security. It's going to bring this momentum and urgency to your emotional foundations, as well as your home life and your inner stability. So this may manifest as changes within your living situation, changes within your family dynamics, or even a strong desire to take initiative in creating a more solid emotional base for yourself. Just remember, you are building something in May from the inside out. And as you do, you're standing in your truth in a way that lets you truly move into calmer waters, right? This is transitioning away from past sorrow. This is transformation at its finest. This is like healing that needs to happen. And Mercury will be leading the charge here, because we've got Aquarian energy here, and then we've got Mercury that's bringing things into balance. And it has a lot to do with knowing that you're enough, just as you are. And Spirit is going to be reminding you as well that you are standing in a favorable position. Just how much you're standing in a favorable position as well. So, as things start really changing in your home life, at the same time, just remember, we also have this emerging trine between Uranus, which is in your 6th house in Gemini, and then Pluto, which is in Aquarius, now moving into this reflective position. Pluto's in your 2nd house, looking at your values, your worth. This is a trine that is going to begin to reshape your relationship with work, with value, and with daily structure. And this is also where innovation meets stability. It's where your habits, your skills, your mindset all begin to directly impact your financial and emotional security in new and divinely surprising ways. Did I say that right? Know what I meant. Either way, this is where change becomes practical, and practicality becomes transformative. So this is the time where you start really understanding not only just how powerful you are, where your foundation is growing, what you want your foundation to grow as. And it has a lot to do with your spirituality, right? And Spirit is reminding you that as you let your desires and your passions take center stage, you are being aligned and standing in a favorable position. And keep in mind, too, we have this beautiful success window that is forming this month between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. And they are activating your 7th, your 3rd, and your 2nd house. So that's your house of relationships, your house of communication, and your house of finances and self-worth and values. Something important here is beginning to truly stabilize in your life through relationships, through communication, and through standing in your personal power. And it is time to start trusting yourself always, but start trusting others once they've earned it. So think where you're giving your power away. This is where you're being aligned to true partnerships that support your growth, where there's conversations that may open doors, and where your sense of value begins to solidify in very tangible ways. And it's because this is where consistency pays off, where effort in your relationships, in your skills, or in your self-investment begins to show real results. And it's time where you begin to see just how bright your light is inside, and you make the conscious choice to stop dimming it. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is the month where your vision truly expands beyond what feels immediately possible. Oh. And we've got some magic here. And at the bottom of the deck, you're protected. Oh my goodness. I've got chills if you do too. So this is where this month in May for you guys Capricorns, something is going to slowly begin to take form through structures, discipline, and aligned action. And as everything unfolds, you may realize that what you were building on, or what you are building on, I'll just put it that way, I'll shift it to the positive. What you are building now, from this month forward, is not just a life success, or a life of success. It's a life of meaning, where it's filled with magic, right? This is choosing to know the truth, standing in your truth because you can. And once you do, once you're in that alignment, you're open. Your vision opens, where your past no longer defines your future. And remember, as you begin to step into alignment to become that mastery, or that person of master, that master. I don't know why I cannot talk all of a sudden. As you become and are reminded that you're the creator and the master of life's flow, this is where everything unfolds. And you step into a place where you're reminded that your wisdom is truly your birthright. So remember, this is the month where your life starts to be built, where it's full of meaning, living life to its fullest, and aligning with the true soul tribe that wants to see that and experience that with you as well. So if that resonates, let me know. Sagittarius, this month is a month where expansion of you becomes your truth. There is huge growth for you is all I got to say on this month. It is crazy awesome. So this month is going to feel like a powerful realignment of your identity, of your truth, and your direction. And it's as if life is asking you to step further into who you're becoming. You're being challenged, but in this beautiful awakening kind of way, even if you can't fully define it yet or see the path clearly. And as we start off this month with this Scorpio moon that's aligning today, the day I'm recording this, it's going to be activating your 12th house at 11 degrees. This is going to bring a deeply internal release for you under this full moon in Scorpio. This is where subconscious patterns, hidden fears, or even emotional weight that you might not have acknowledged all begin to come to the surface. And remember, we are aligning with this super full moon, not super full moon, know what I meant, Scorpio full moon. We have a super new moon this month. We'll get into it, I promise. But this full moon in Scorpio is aligning at 11 degrees. It's going to heighten your intuition. It's going to heighten your spiritual awareness. And it's making this moment of quiet but profound closure so that you can free up an energy, close out a cycle that's truly going to elevate you at a soul level. So you may feel a need for rest, solitude, or even reflection. As you let go of something under this full moon, that has been operating beneath the surface for a long time, possibly even longer than you've realized. And remember, as Pluto stations retrograde, starts to turn into this like reclamation of power from an internal place. Wow, that flew out. This opportunity is going to affect your third house at 5 degrees. So your mental landscape is changing. I guess it's the best way to put it. This initiates a 5-month period of deep reflection for you guys around your thoughts, your communication style. If you're launching a business, it's repositioning how you brand yourself. Also, too, the beliefs that shape your perception of reality altogether may also be shifting. And at 5 degrees, the number of change, this is about transforming how you think and how you speak your truth. And if that resonates, let me know, because there are old mental patterns that may surface, and they're coming up for review. And they're truly being asked, how are they serving you? And if that resonates, let me know. It's time to lean into this energy, because if they have especially been tied to fear, limitations, or self-doubt, this reclamation of power, especially with Pluto turning retrograde and the Scorpio full moon happening in your 12th house like this, it's here to truly rewire your voice. Your voice is evolving, and it's changing the way that you interpret the world around you, because remember, perception changes everything. So as you look at what you value most and where you take action towards that, the Knight of Pentacles is truly about like looking at your responsibilities, looking at your financial stability as well. And you're looking at how to pursue what you do, your obligations, in a way that's truly like methodical. Also, too, where to invest your resources, like your time and your energy, in a way that's also conservative, that doesn't drain you, but instead replenishes you. And remember, I will say it again, perception is everything. So think about what's draining you. Think what needs to be rewired, reworked, open for expansion. Because mid-month, this Taurus super new moon is going to be activating your 6th house. And remember, that is your day-to-day flow, your work-life balance, how that's even been manifesting in your health. And at 26 degrees, it's bringing this grounded reset into your daily life, into your routines, into your work, and into your health as well. So just remember, it's all about dualities, finding balance in dualities, partnerships even as well, and where harmony has been misaligned and needs to be realigned, so that you can truly tap into 8, which is that mastery, that discipline of your long-term success through consistency, but also through your infinite potential. There is something with this new moon where you begin to rebuild your structure in a more sustainable way. New habits may form, work dynamics may shift. You may even feel a strong desire to create more stability in your everyday environment. Maybe even put more TLC in there too. This is about grounding the sacred into the ordinary with this Virgo energy, and also too letting that sacred take center stage with this Leo energy. So with the King of Pentacles, it's about like financial management, how you build your material success in a way that's got a lot of risk analysis, where you look at the pros and the cons, and you look at measures that are more than just money. I guess is how I would put it. Like, as I always put it, like as you redefine success, one of the best things I ever heard in a company that was like started from grassroots, became a $1 billion company, right? When they first started out, it took them several years, like to actually like make money. Like everyone was paid the same wage, the CEO all the way down to the dishwasher. But it was because they guided themselves and governed themselves on their own definition of success that led them to 20% growth year over year. And then as they started to shift away from that, that's when they started to kind of fall back. And the biggest changing moment for them was the perception on what they measured as success. In the first couple years, it was basically how they used to put it was money was only one measure of success. You looked at like whether you're building a foundation that's sustainable. You're looking at how to leverage all your resources, and that includes waste, how to turn waste even into profit, like say like shipping waste, for instance. How to even reuse pallets, how to take care of your employees, because the longer that your employees hold tenure and feel valued in the relationship of their business, the longer that they stay, the more devoted they are. And they were their biggest shareholders as well when they first started, right? Along with it was a company that basically focused on agriculture. So I was very blessed in the way where they governed and set their company up, when I say foundationally, where their farmers were also owners. And that opportunity to stand in true leadership, power, and integrity really was what governed their success. And like I say, once they started changing their mentality to governing their success or defining their success as to just one measure rather than all of it, that's when things started to change. That's the epitome of this month for you, on where you start looking at those work dynamics or what needs to change in your life. And just keep in mind too, with this super new moon, Mercury is going to be conjunct. So decisions around work or health are going to carry a long-term significance for you. You're looking at the cost versus the success, right? You're looking at what all it costs you, not just the money. And with Jupiter supporting you under this new moon in your 8th house of transformation, this is where emotional and financial support all become available to you through shared resources, transformation, and deeper trust in the process, in your faith, and in the embodiment, the embracement of change. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where it's like you're being awakened to your high priestess power. You're utilizing your perception, you're utilizing your intuition to carry your decisions. This is also about leaning into an unrevealed future. Also too, leaning into balanced partnerships that meet you halfway, taking the time to reflect in what you define as your success, how you want to live your everyday life. And just before this, keep in mind, we've got Mercury Cazimi happening in Taurus, really enlightening you with your intuition and connecting you to what you value most. And keep in mind too that Mercury Cazimi is awakening with the sun, your vitality, at 23 degrees. So he's really looking at your relationship with synergy, with balance, with growth. And it's bringing a moment of clarity around your routines, your responsibility, or even your physical well-being altogether. So something under this Mercury Cazimi is going to click into place for you. And it's going to bring an understanding of what needs to change in your daily life, what needs to be healed, where there's recovery needed, recuperation needed as well, to change how you feel so that you feel more balanced, productive, and supported rather than drained. And if that resonates, let me know. And just keep in mind, Jupiter is here trying to truly bless your foundations and bring this harmony back into balance in your energy. And as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, these two are going to be aligning in your 7th house. That is your relationships, your partnerships, your commitments. Your relationships are going to become, the focal point of sudden insights and sudden change. So this affects partnerships in business, also romantic, and Uranus is going to be bringing this unpredictability, this awakening, and even breakthrough energy to your relationships. And we've got, with the Page of Pentacles, a focus on integrating what you value most into where you invest your time and your energy. This is Geminian energy, this is Taurus, this is Aries. So you could be dealing with these signs as well. And if you are, let me know, put a heart in the comments below. Because this is where, with these two meeting together like this in Gemini, expect the unexpected. And what I mean is new connections may appear, existing relationships may evolve in unexpected ways. Uranus also has a Cazimi at 1 degree happening in May right after this. This is going to mark the beginning of a new cycle in how you experience partnership altogether. And it's going to open up a doorway for you in the way that values freedom, honesty, and intellectual stimulation in your relationships just as much as emotional connection. So this may be where your love language also starts to evolve as well. This is new opportunity. And with the Page of Pentacles, it also speaks to learning. It speaks to career. So it could be business relationships that are entangled, home as well. But there's something here about even potentially like new employment or enthusiasm and inspired vitality being infused in your connections. And at the same time, Mars is going to move into Taurus. So this is our planet of action, planet of passion, planet of desires, meeting what you value most. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll take the other one too because I wanted to come. So this is going to be bringing grounded action to your 6th house, your day-to-day. Your 10 of Pentacles is coming in this month. This is where you begin to truly implement real change into your daily structure with intentional action. This is big. You're building systems, habits, routines that are supporting the version of yourself that you are becoming. And with Venus entering Cancer in your 8th house at the same time, this is where emotional depth is going to increase for you. This is intimacy, this is trust, this is shared resources, this is also vulnerability in your foundations, in your material world, in your comforts. And with Venus entering Cancer like this, with so much being highlighted between your foundations, your home, your family, and your relationships, there is a softness here, but there's also transformation. It's a deepening of emotional bonds, spiritual, financial, physical, all together, emotional. And there's this willingness to receive support that is going to be opening within you come this month. And as the sun moves into Gemini and that Geminian stellium builds, we are looking at where you take action towards Venus's compassion. So if you're dealing with an Aries sign, I see a lot of love. I'm just saying. This is where this Geminian stellium is going to be building in your 7th house relationships. And relationships are taking center stage for you. Once we enter Gemini season, just expect foundations that are built in stability through achieving long-term goals, through like support, through commitment, familial bliss, harmony. Things are going to settle down in a cute, like a beautiful, cute way here. I'm getting all like hopeless romantic. This is where it is a highly social, conversational, and mentally engaging period for partnerships for you. Contracts, collaborations, romantic dynamics, and meaningful connections will be heightened for you, Sagittarius. You are learning through others during Gemini season, and others are going to reflect parts of you back to yourself that are ready to be seen more clearly. And by the time that we reach that Sagittarius blue moon on May 31st, in your 1st house, at 10 degrees, something is ending, something is coming to a culmination for you, something is also beginning. This is your identity, your body, your presence, your life path. We've got the 10 of Pentacles. This is material success, prosperity, lasting wealth. Family life has stability, double confirmation. True family foundations are being built where the sacred is really built into the ordinary and cherished as such. Also has to do with business as well. You let me know. Put a heart in the comments below about what's going on. This is where something is going to be a turning point for you, and it's going to be a personal turning point for you. Something about the way that you see yourself is going to shift. A decision is going to be made. A direction is going to become clear. This is a moment under this blue moon in your sign, no less, where there's this moment of truth, where you're going to step more fully into yourself, not as who you were, but who you're becoming. And throughout all of this, keep in mind that we do have that Aries stellium still continuing to activate your 5th house of bliss, bringing bold creative energy, passion, romance, and self-expression into your life. This is where inspiration becomes action, where joy becomes the driving force, where you reconnect with what lights you up, and more importantly, you begin to pursue it directly, without looking back or without hesitation. And at the same time, just keep in mind with this emerging trine between Uranus, which is in your 7th house, in Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius, now turning inward on how you reclaim your power through reflection, stationed in your 3rd house of communication, commitments, your PR if you're launching a business or looking at business. This is going to reshape how you communicate within your relationships and how you experience connection itself altogether. So conversations may become very transformative for you. Relationships may become catalysts for mental or emotional evolution as well. The way that you think and the way that you relate are both undergoing deep, lasting change. And what Spirit is saying is someone is in need of your love. It is time to offer it to them. So if you've been holding back on commitment, this is the month where you may be starting to take that leap of faith as well. And if you do, I love this energy. I'm a hopeless romantic. So biggest thing though is remember, focus on the relationships that really meet you halfway, where they don't drain you of your power. And that includes business too, because we also have the success window between Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto. And they're going to be activating your 8th house, your 4th house, and your 3rd house. So that is transformation, soul emergence, financial, spiritual, and emotional, physical entanglements, meeting your 4th house of home and family and your 3rd house of communication. Something is stabilizing and it's going to unfold beneath the surface. So emotional bonds, family foundations, communication patterns are going to begin to support your growth in tangible ways. So stop giving your power away. And Spirit is kind of being a little mother henny here, like right now, just saying. This is also where, with the success window that is opening in May for us, support systems may strengthen. There's healing here, right? But there's also structure. Conversations may bring resolution, and trust for both yourself and in others may begin to rebuild. So this is the time to remember, stop caring about what other people think and stop trying to live life in the way that others expect. Know that it's your life to live and love. And as you reclaim that power, that's where people are going to start meeting you halfway here this month, aligning you with the right relationships through deepening bonds. And it's through truly being open and opening yourself up with the strength of vulnerability. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is the month where you are not just expanding outward, you are expanding inward. You're redefining who you are at the core. And as everything shifts around you, you may begin to realize what truth is not something, or how to put it, that truth altogether, your truth, is not something that you chase. It's something that you become. And as you embody it, that's when true manifestation happens, right? So now is the time this month to truly decide what you want, right? And know, more importantly, that you have the ingenuity to claim it. This is like knowing that you have many roles in life, feeling those commitments, but also being empowered in the faith, in the strength, in the personal strength, that you can hold them all well, especially when you govern yourself with living life to its fullest, with that 5th house being lit up the way that it is. And if that resonates, let me know. So Scorpios, this month of May is going to be deeply personal for you guys. This opens up a cycle of emotional truth, relational clarity, and identity refinement this month. And it's going to feel impossible to ignore. And it starts with today, with your full moon on May 1st here, which is aligning at 11 degrees of mastery. This is illuminating your 1st house, and it's placing you directly in the center of your own transformation. And I will also say too, I'm kind of partial and biased to this full moon because it's the flower moon. So get ready to bloom. Oh my goodness, and look at this right away with the energy. So this flower moon is going to be rising in your sign. And it doesn't ask you to perform or adjust. It just asks you to be honest with yourself. And with the master number 11 here, it intensifies awareness, intuition, and emotional sensitivity for you guys, making this a moment where you may feel everything more vividly. Something about your identity, your path, or even how you've been showing up in the world is going to be reaching this turning point. And as you can see, I mean, this is like taking your throne, right? Self-control, enterprising, being the provider, looking at your financial management with an emphasis on security, but also grounding the sacred into the ordinary and letting that take center stage in your life and as your foundation. So this is a full moon where there is something about your identity, your path, or even how you show up where there's an old version of you that is being released. And it's not going to be released in fragments. This is where something that remains from whatever is being released as well is going to be more authentic, more aligned, and more you. And this month, we happen to have Pluto in Aquarius, our planet of transformation, going retrograde. So the change is going to start from within. And it's going to be looking at your 4th house, which is home, family, roots. And this change is going to be brought on because Pluto is in a 5-degree alignment. So this inward focus towards your emotional foundations, your past, your sense of inner security, all I can say is at 5 degrees in the 5th month, with the 5-5 portal also illuminating and opening this month, very quickly after this full moon, no less, on the 5th, something about what home truly means to you is going under redefinement and excavation. And at 5 degrees with Pluto moving retrograde now for 5 months as well, this is where it's restructuring your emotional roots. So old family patterns, inherited beliefs, or even deeply embedded emotional conditioning may rise for review for you during this month. And it's not going to be surface level healing. This is soul level restructuring, where you're learning where your power was shaped, where it was limited, and most importantly, I should say, how to reclaim it from within. And as you can see, with the Knight of Pentacles, this is about what matters most to you with Taurian energy, and then how you're taking action towards it. With your passions, your desires, this is Aries energy. This is like looking at what home means to you. You're not only being kind to yourself, being methodical when it comes to really like standing up for yourself and your home environment, your roots and what you need to release as you rewrite your belief systems or family patterns, emotional conditionings, and you reclaim your power from all of it under the new moon, which is the super new moon in Taurus. So this is going to be big. This is all about like rewriting what home means to you and filling it with support, filling it with security, filling it with what matters most to you. And I say that, and who? And I say that because this super new moon is going to be activating in your 7th house at 26 degrees. So it's really looking at your partnerships, your relationships, how to bring harmony back into them. More importantly, how to tap into that unlimited potential, that personal power. And it's bringing this grounded but powerful reset to your relationships and your partnerships and your home life altogether. The number 26, with it reducing to 8, it is the number of transformation, but more importantly, transformation through mastery and karmic alignment. So this is one of the most important relational turning points that you guys will have all year. And I will also say no pressure, but this is where when you start putting what you value most, start honoring and cherishing what you value most in your relationships, it marks the point of new beginnings in love, business partnerships, and one-on-one dynamics. But most importantly, all 3 of these are going to be rooted in truth and stability, and in what you value most. And if that resonates, let me know. Because we've got familial bliss, we've got familial bliss. Double confirmation here, focused on a new beginning, pinnacle of success, closures, completions, all about your foundations. And remember, Mercury is going to be conjunct with this new moon. Conversations are going to matter deeply. What is said now under this new moon, mid-month, it is going to carry long-term weight. And Jupiter is also here. Jupiter is this supporting energy. Jupiter is our planet of expansion, luck, opportunity, optimism. And he just so happens to be in Cancer in your 9th house. There is this compassionate leadership energy. There is expansion that is happening for you guys through shared beliefs, higher understanding, and emotional alignment with someone in your life who is going to broaden your perspective. This is where it's like your relationships, your like whatever you commit to, it's going to be filled with prosperity, success, stability, peace, harmony. This is taking action towards your heart's desires with Venus here. And I will also say, just keep in mind, we've got Mercury Cazimi in Taurus at 23 degrees happening before this new moon. So this is like looking at partnerships, dualities, how to bring synergy, creativity, peace, growth into them. This Mercury Cazimi is going to bring clarity in relationships for you. So something is going to become undeniable. A conversation, a realization, a decision will help you see a partnership more clearly. Not as you hope it to be, but as it actually is. And from that clarity, new choices become possible for you in your life. This is where material success, lasting wealth, familial bliss, and stability becomes secure in your foundations. And that also goes for business as well, because Mercury is going to be bringing the sacred into the ordinary into your life. And remember, once Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, our breakthrough planet, these two are aligning in your 8th house of transformation. So we're looking at emotional and energetic depth intensifying for you. And this is the house of intimacy, shared resources, transformation, and psychological truth. So between our winged messenger and our breakthrough planet, sudden insights may arise for you around trust, vulnerability, finances, or even how you choose to involve your emotional entanglements. Nothing here stays hidden, is all I got to say, under the 8th house, right? And right after that, we just so happen to have a once-in-a-lifetime Uranus Cazimi that is opening up a new beginning at 1 degree in Gemini, in your 8th house. This is going to mark a profound awakening for you around how you share your energy with others. And as you can see, what's on the kind of teetery here, where you allow yourself to truly shine, where your light to shine, and where you take action. We're going to talk about this deeper. So with this Uranus Cazimi, it can bring breakthroughs in healing, financial shifts, and also emotional liberation for you, for something that you, like from something I should say, that you've outgrown. It's gonna feel intense in your 8th house, but it's gonna feel freeing because this is where you're moving away from, and this is this is the new beginning that's coming in. And it's filled with compassion. It's focused on your stability, your foundations, feeling supported. So during this time, it allows you to truly, if you feel the need to go inward between these two Cazimis and this new moon, as you really look at the depths of your truth, this is where you have a profound and prolific opportunity to hold yourself with compassion, build a foundation that's supported and built on compassion, but also that allows you to reposition yourself. And right, like I was saying, it's about where you let yourself truly be seen. And if that resonates, let me know, because at the same time, Mars is going to be moving into Taurus, activating your 7th house. This is your partnerships, your relationships, your commitments, momentum, your passions, your drive, your action are going to pick up with Mars moving into Taurus. But this is action-oriented energy where decisions are made, boundaries are clarified, dynamics move forward as well. It's steady, direct energy. And at the same time, Venus is also going to be entering Cancer. So this is where Venus tends to soften. This is like Venus's soft side. And it just so happens that she's also moving to your 9th house. So this is emotional expansion coming through learning, travel, or even shared beliefs. Love and connection for you guys during May is going to deepen through understanding and emotional resonance. And this is where we're really looking at like where negativity has led the way in the past, where you've been closed off to love due to past previous emotional pain or preconditionings, where you've looked at partnerships with pessimism and been closed off to new opportunities. And keep in mind that the sun is also moving into Gemini. And when that happens, this Gemini stellium is building in your 8th house. Transformation is going to become the central theme for you guys under the stellium and this month in May. This is emotional alchemy, right? Where you start to let your emotions truly run in a way that provides strength. So we're looking at how you share your finances, how you share your intimacy, how you open yourself up to trust, Also, too, psychological patterns will all come into focus. The way that you think, right? The way that you embrace partnerships. So just expect when the sun moves into Gemini, during Gemini season, conversations may feel intense for you guys, but also necessary. And this is where your truth, I should say, becomes your transformation, where truth itself transforms your connections. This is where hope and inspiration, creativity, all become aligned with your future, because there's healing that's happening, there's renewal that's happening, there's kind-heartedness that's leading the way. And this is Aquarius energy. So Pluto is going to be transforming a lot here during Gemini season for you guys. And by the time that we reach that Sagittarius full moon on May 31st, that blue moon is lighting up your second house at 10 degrees at the end of the month. This is where everything culminates around your sense of value, stability, and self-worth. And as you can see, where you take action, there is going to be a new challenge that presents itself for you. But this is where you're starting to look at the chaos, the destruction, where wrong decisions or unfulfilled ambitions have kind of led the way or been present in your relationships. And instead, we're looking at where that self-worth, where the values have really led that self-sabotage in a lot of ways, because the 10 represents completion and renewal. And this is where it signals a financial or emotional turning point for you guys. So something on this blue moon on May 31st is becoming clear for you about your worth, or what you're worth, I should say, not just materially, but energetically. So any cycles of self-doubt, overgiving, or instability may reach their resolution under this blue moon. And in its place instead, a more grounded sense of self begins to emerge for you. And throughout all this, remember, not only is this a new challenge, it's a conquest. It's a victory for you guys. It's where you stand in your personal power. You tap into your unlimited potential with courage. It's also prosperous. It's auspicious. This is like looking at your dreams and innovating them into your structure, into Capricorn energy with Aquarius energy. Could be dealing with these signs as well. But this is a new beginning. And remember, we also happen to have this Aries stellium that is continuing to activate in your 6th house, your day-to-day, pushing you toward restructuring your daily life, your work habits, your physical well-being, happening through mid-May. This is where discipline meets transformation for you guys, where you're learning to support your emotional depth with practical structure. And keep in mind too, at the same time this month, we have this beautiful emerging trine between Uranus in your 8th house of transformation and Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house. This is going to be one of the most powerful healing signatures for you this month. This is like deep emotional transformation meeting ancestral and subconscious healing. So if you've been struggling with any type of preconditionings, past traumas, generational curses, this is the month where you're being liberated. And if that resonates, let me know. Put a heart in the comments below, because patterns that have shaped your emotional responses for years are going to begin to shift under this trine. This is liberation from within. It's slow. It's going to feel like deep, but it's also very permanent. And this is where your soul is completing a very important lesson, rewriting a new chapter for you. And remember, we just so happen to have this beautiful success window that is opening up this month. So Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto are activating your 9th house of expansion, your 5th house of bliss, and your 4th house of home and family. Something is stabilizing, and it's beginning to form through belief, creativity, or your emotional foundation for you this month, where growth comes through understanding, healing comes through expression, and stability begins to take root in places that once felt uncertain. So just remember, as you're like having all of this rise to the surface, because you're going to be hit very intensely with this 8th house activation, just breathe in, let it go. Whatever you did do, whatever you didn't do. Remember, guilt is a normal feeling. That is how we grow, right? This is the time to stop ruminating over what you did do, what you didn't do. Again, double confirmation. Just let it go. Stop letting that past define your future. And this is the month where you shed layers of identity, truth, and emotional conditioning, not to become someone new, but to become someone more fully yourself, and know that that person, that you, is enough. And it always has been. And as everything unfolds, you may begin to realize that what you thought was ending was just the beginning of your return to power. And if that resonates, let me know, because you're stepping into your personal power. And remember, love leads the way. Love is like the universal language. It is also our greatest power. It's where we're able to see light in all things. It's acknowledging your self-worth. It's holding the grace for yourself, the compassion for yourself as well, but also the power of healing, right? Because remember, love is one of the few energies that not only triumphs over hate, over pain, but it transcends space and time. So you are healing something that you've been carrying with you for many lifetimes. And this is the month that truly sets you free. And if that resonates, let me know. So Libras, this is the month where balance between release and renewal truly happens for you. This month moves like a quiet but undeniable recalibration of your inner world, your daily life, and the emotional patterns that you've been carrying beneath the surface. And it begins with today, the Scorpio full moon that is illuminating here today on May 1st at 11 degrees of mastery. And it just so happens that this full moon in Scorpio is activating your second house. It is going to be bringing this powerful emotional clarity around money, self-worth, and the ways that you sustain yourself. And with this mastery number of 11 happening, it's going to heighten your sensitivity and your intuition here. It's going to make things impossible to ignore about what feels aligned versus what feels depleting. And if that resonates, let me know, because something may come to a head financially or emotionally for you guys under this full moon. Not to destabilize, but instead to help you recognize where your energy has been undervalued or overextended. And this is a release of old patterns or old attachment patterns around security. And most importantly, it's a reminder that your worth is not negotiable. And if that resonates, let me know, because we pulled the world here right away. I mean, look at this. Something is coming to completion and it's being anchored. And it has a lot to do with where there's been like betrayals, failures, misrepresentations, where you felt defeated or humiliated even, where you've been at an unfair disadvantage. There is a new beginning where people are meeting you halfway under the Scorpio full moon. And I say that between like your inner world and your daily life as well, because Pluto, which is in Aquarius, by the way, is going to be stationing retrograde this month. That is your 5th house. And Pluto is stationed retrograde at 5 degrees. We also, right after this full moon, have the 5-5 portal of change opening up this month. Stay tuned. I'll do a separate read on that. There is something, as Pluto begins to reflect inward, right? Something new is beginning. It's a whole new chapter for you. And it's a chapter that like brings in holistic wholeness, that makes you feel complete, may even involve travel, just saying. But this is where you are connecting this month in May through this deeper internal process that reconnects you with joy, creativity, romance, and self-expression. And it moves you away from this type of chaos that has blocked that sacral flow. This is like a long-term unfolding process as well, because Pluto will be retrograde for 5 months. And during this time, it asks you to re-examine what you truly desire versus what you've learned to perform. And at 5 degrees, the number of change happening all over this, your creative identity and what like matters the most in your heart are going to begin to shift beneath the surface. So you may find yourself revisiting old passions, romantic dynamics, or even questions around what brings you genuine fulfillment in your life. You've got the world turning in your favor. And we're moving away from this, right? Feeling frustrated, enduring loss. You're looking at your heart's desire with Venus here, and you're finding with Aquarius energy how Pluto is helping you reclaim your power so that you live life to its fullest with genuine joy, genuine fulfillment. And this is where joy becomes something that you reconstruct from your authenticity, not from expectation. And mid-month, we happen to have the super new moon activating in Taurus in your 8th house of transformation as well. So, and it's aligning at 26 degrees, which reduces down to 8. So, this super new moon in Taurus focuses on what you hold most dear, what brings you safety and security, and it's bringing a grounded but powerful reset for you around intimacy, shared resources, emotional bonds, and transformation. And as I said before, I mean, it reduces to 8. It's focusing on dualities, on harmony, and it's looking at tapping into your personal power through mastery and energetic rebirth. So this is going to feel deeply transformative, this new moon for you, Libra. Your financial entanglements, your emotional exchanges, and your trust dynamics are going to be shifting. And you're moving towards a place of like significant progress, right? This is standing in your confidence. This is also about validation, right? Like where you're headed towards success and achieving your goals. You're making and seeing significant progress, whereas you take center stage, you're being blessed by Jupiter. This is Leo energy, where balance is restored. Lessons are integrated. Reciprocity is meeting you halfway. You're getting the opportunity to rebuild from a more stable foundation. And keep in mind, Mercury is also conjunct with this new moon. So important conversations around money, vulnerability, or even emotional honesty may come up for you. And with Jupiter supporting your 10th house, at the same time, that is your house of career, visibility, your honors and achievements. There is a professional expansion that is happening. And you're being seen for it. You're being recognized for the work that you do when you choose to align your inner transformation with your outer direction. And if that resonates, let me know. Put a heart in the comments below, because you're moving away from choppy waters onto calmer waters. And just before this, keep in mind, we've got the Mercury Cazimi in Taurus that is happening at 23 degrees. So again, we see this change happening where dualities, partnerships, relationships come into balance through change and come into a place of synergy. This Mercury Cazimi for you guys is going to bring a moment of clarity around shared resources, emotional entanglements, or even deep psychological patterns. Something hidden is becoming visible for you. It's a realization as well that will land and help you understand where your energy has been tied up. And you're moving away from it. This is like identifying what needs to shift for you to feel more empowered, more free in your life, more harmonious in your life. Feel more harmony enter your life altogether. And as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, they are aligning in your 9th house. That is your house of expansion and higher self-wisdom. Your perspective, when these two meet this month, it's going to begin to expand rapidly. This is like your house of belief, travel, higher learning, and truth seeking. And you've got your breakthrough planet meeting your planet that's a winged messenger, your insight, your intuition. So sudden insights, sudden conversations, or experiences may shift the way that you see your future in a very big way. And Uranus also having a Cazimi as well this month at 1 degree, it's going to mark a new beginning of a new cycle of mental expansion and awakening for you. This is where your worldview in May is going to begin to evolve in real time. And like I say, you're not just going on a figurative journey. This is moving away from past sorrows. This is transformation into calmer waters through healing, through innovation. This is Aquarius energy, could be dealing or meeting an Aquarius as well. But this is where something is happening in real time for you, where what you thought you knew is suddenly replaced with something more aligned, more expansive, and more liberating. And as Mars enters Gemini and aligns with doesn't align with Uranus. Know what I meant. Let me back that up. As Mars enters Taurus, is what I'm trying to say, and also too aligns with that Taurus stellium, it's going to be activating your 8th house and bringing this focused action into emotional healing, financial restructuring, as well as intimate dynamics, because Mars is now focusing on putting your action, your desires, your passions towards what you value most. So this is where like the change that you will see in May becomes deep intentional transformation. You are being asked to engage directly with what you've avoided so that you can become empowered, so that you can reclaim your power. And with Venus entering Cancer in your 10th house, by the way, as well, Jupiter is there too. Just keep that in mind. You've got your public life, your career, and your reputation beginning to soften and become more emotionally aligned this month, where recognition or support may come through nurturing connections or emotionally intelligent leadership or leadership opportunities. And with the Knight of Wands, this is time for your compassion. Like, this is like servant leadership all the way, as I like to put it. And it's letting that servant leadership take full center stage. This is like charging towards your, like standing as an individual, charging towards your creativity, letting that leverage where you want your career to go, but also being highly motivated to thrive on challenge and to take swift action towards what you truly want, because you see how much you're worth. And if that resonates, let me know. Because as the sun moves into Gemini and the Gemini stellium builds in your 9th house, this is where your expansion becomes the dominant theme this month for you. Gemini season is going to be beautiful for you, because this is where learning, travel, teaching, publishing, or even spiritual exploration is going to become amplified in your life. Conversations and insights are going to reshape your belief system in a beautiful way. And you're being pulled towards this wider vision of life. And it's one that feels more honest, more aligned with who you're becoming. And by the time that we reach that Sagittarius full moon on May 31st, the blue moon, I still can't believe we get two full moons this month. But this is going to be stationing in your 3rd house of communication at 10 degrees. So where has your voice been closed off? Because this is the month where it rises. Everything culminates in communication, understanding, and mental clarity. And the number 10 represents completion as well as new beginnings here. This blue moon is like signaling a turning point for you in how you think, how you speak, and how you share your truth. There is a conversation that may reach resolution as well. There's a decision as well that may become very clear for you. Or even a mental cycle that you've been stuck in is finally going to come to completion or get its closure that it deserves so that it can be released. So under this blue moon, especially, check in with your body. Release the tension that's been causing that silence, because this blue moon is where your voice becomes freer, more confident, and more aligned with your truth. So let it out, let it go, right? Find ways to lighten up, not take everything so seriously, and more importantly, let all those feelings out, even the ones that scare you. Because throughout all of this, we've got the Aries stellium. Remember, that is continuing to activate your 7th house, bringing intensity and momentum into your relationships and your partnerships. This is like a defining area of focus for you this month, because that's going to be aligning all through mid-May, up until pretty much this new moon. This is where this Aries stellium is helping your connections to deepen, to shift, or to require courageous honesty. You're learning how to maintain balance without losing yourself in others. So make time to play. Make time to free up your energy. Lighten your vibration and your resonance as you step into your deeper truth. Because remember, we also have this emerging trine that is happening in your 9th house between Uranus and then also Pluto, which is in your house of bliss, your 5th house. And together, the breakthrough planet and the planet of transformation are looking at where to expand your love, your joy, your creativity. They are reshaping your relationship altogether with creativity, belief, and self-expression. And this is where inspiration meets transformation for you. Your ideas, your passions, your sense of joy are truly evolving with this trine in ways that reflect a deeper truth about who you are. And remember too, we have a success window that is opening this month. That is happening between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. They are activating your 10th house, your 6th house, and your 5th house. So something important is beginning to stabilize your life direction. Your career growth, your daily discipline, and your creative expression are beginning to align in a way that feels substantial, that feels sustainable, and most importantly, feels earned. And remember, Saturn likes to reward for doing the work. And if that resonates, let me know, because what you've been working towards is now getting to see that manifestation. This is where effort meets opportunity and where consistency begins to show visible results. And this is where, I mean, look at this. This is where, as you step into your power, reclaim your power, you're being reminded that you are the creator, you are the magician in the life, like in this life, and whatever your gifts are, your true talents, because that's your fifth house as well. This is a month where balance is not about keeping everything still. It is about learning how to evolve without losing yourself in the process. And as everything unfolds, where you take action towards what matters most to you, about being seen, now is the time to act. Opportunities are coming towards you this month. And you may begin to realize that true harmony is not found in perfection, but in honest, intentional transformation this month. And this is also where Spirit is saying you are the expert. Know what you bring to the table. Don't let life's distractions take you off course. You're prepared. Everything is ready. This is like the equivalent of the Magician card. Make a plan for your future and let life unfold and give you all you need, because this month is going to remind you just how powerful you are. And if that resonates, let me know. So Virgos, this month is going to be like reordering your purpose and your devotion in such a beautiful way. So this month is going to feel like a deep reorganization of your emotional priorities, your relationships, and the way that you show up in your daily life. And it's going to feel as if like the universe is gently but firmly asking you to realign your inner order with your outer reality. And if that resonates, let me know, because it starts with today. We've got the Scorpio full moon happening as I record this on May 1st here. And it's activating in your third house. That is your house of communication. It is bringing emotional clarity through communication, conversations, and mental patterns. And at the mastery number of 11 alignment, this is where your perception heightens, where your thoughts, your words, your exchanges feel more meaningful than usual. Something under this Scorpio full moon may be revealed to you through a conversation, through an internal realization, and it's going to shift how you think about a situation entirely. And look at the transformation that is happening. We're going to talk about this deeper, but it's aligning you to your truth, and it starts with this full moon. This is a release of mental weight, of outdated beliefs, reoccurring thoughts, whatever you've been ruminating over, or even communication patterns that no longer support your growth. And what emerges under this full moon in Scorpio is a you that is clearer, that is more intuitive, and has a better understanding of the world around you. And this month in May, Pluto, our planet of transformation, is going to be stationing retrograde. And remember, Pluto is in Aquarius in your house of day-to-day, in your wheelhouse, in your sixth house, I should say. And when he turns retrograde, he's going to be moving with change at 5 degrees. So your focus is not only turning inward, looking at your routines, your health, your work life, and your habits, but because he's beginning a 5-month process of restructuring how you manage your energy and responsibilities at 5 degrees in the 5th month, right aligned with like around the time, and too, I will just say, we have the 5-5 portal of change opening this month. This is where your transformation is going to spotlight your relationship with productivity and control. So you may notice where burnout patterns or over responsibility or even areas of perfectionism have shaped your daily life. And this retrograde over this next 5 months is not about doing more. It's about doing differently. So slowly, you're going to start rebuilding your systems, your routines, your flow in a way that supports both efficiency and emotional well-being. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where with the Queen of Cups, we're looking at what has been exhausting you emotionally, making you feel moody, where even too, it's creating creative blocks, messing with your root chakra, right? Messing with your compassion as well even. And right afterwards, when we've got the King of Wands, this is like, as you stand in your truth and start creating it, like reorganizing your daily life, shifting what needs to be shifting, releasing what needs to be released, giving voice in your leadership, right? With honesty, with passion, with inspiration and creativity. This is where this new moon, that happens to be a super new moon in Taurus as well, by the way, your sister Earth sign. This super new moon is going to be opening up a new beginning. So all I can say is plant seeds, set intentions, because this is going to be groundbreaking for a brand new, like brighter horizon about your truth. It's happening in your 9th house at 26 degrees. So it's really looking at dualities and where you can bring harmony back into your life and tap into your unlimited potential. It's going to bring in this grounded but expansive reset for you. In your beliefs, in your long-term vision, in your education even. May even be travel that we're looking at too. But it's going to awaken and reset your spiritual understanding and how you navigate this world and this life. And with the numbers 26 reducing down to 8, it's putting you in a place that taps you into your mastery, your manifestation, and your alignment with your purpose. So this super new moon is going to be big for you because this is where your perspective widens. New opportunities, where you're recognized for your meaningful work, where you start to see monetary rewards, where you start to have your reputation precede you. This is like new opportunities for learning, teaching, publishing, even travel. They may all come up for you mid-May, or you may simply feel called to step into a broader understanding of your life path. This is big because Mercury, your ruler, is also conjunct with this new moon. So decisions that you make under this new moon with the seeds that you plant, they will carry long-term significance. And remember, we just so happen to have Jupiter supporting this new moon from your 11th house. That is community, sense of belonging, your long-held dreams. There is expansion happening through community for your future goals. And it's aligning you with the connections that support your growth. And I got goosebumps. If you did too, let me know, because this is where you are moving away from, as I would put it, like you're moving away from delayed rewards, from disappointment. You're seeking higher wisdom, seeking higher meaning. And I will also say, because we have a Mercury Cazimi happening in Taurus, looking at what you value most, at 23 degrees, again, looking at adjustment to change, especially in how you anchor your dreams into reality with Saturn and Pisces energy here. This Mercury Cazimi in May is going to bring you a moment of mental clarity around your life direction that will feel prolific. Something is clicking into place regarding your beliefs, your path, or a decision that you have been contemplating. And this is where we're headed. This insight is going to feel grounded, practical, and deeply aligned, and your wishes, you are being aligned to wishes that are meant to come true for you. We've got Jupiter blessing your dreams. And at the same time, as soon as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus in your 10th house, that is your house of career, public life, your honors and achievements, there is something here with the breakthrough planet and your ruler, the winged messenger, that is going to be activating for you through sudden insights and sudden change. Because this is the house of direction, reputation, life purpose, and Uranus is bringing unexpected truths, breakthroughs, and innovations. Do not be surprised if opportunities suddenly appear. And this is all happening, I will stress again, around that new moon in Taurus. So just expect that career conversations may be taking surprising turns for you mid-May. You may also feel a strong internal pull to redefine your professional path. And we're not done yet, because Uranus has a once-in-a-lifetime Cazimi that is happening here as well at 1 degree. So our breakthrough planet is meeting this point with the sun at a brand new beginning. And it's marking the beginning of a brand new chapter in your life direction. And it's one that prioritizes authenticity, adaptability, and intellectual engagement, where material success, abundance, complacency, happiness are all intertwined with it. And so is your voice. And I say that because at the same time, Mars is moving into Taurus. And if you just got goosebumps, let me know. Put a heart in the comments below, because Mars, our planet of action, drive, passion, is moving into, focusing, I should say, on what you value most and moving into your 9th house of expansion. And he's bringing steady action to where you're expanding, what you're building. This is where belief becomes movement. You may commit to studies, to travel plans, or even to a long-term goal. And it requires discipline and consistency in a way that you haven't necessarily dove into quite yet. This is where, with Venus also entering Cancer, and remember Jupiter is in Cancer too. Venus and Jupiter are both in your 11th house. And once Venus moves to Cancer like this, your social world is going to soften and become more emotionally supportive, where friendships, collaborations, community connections may feel more nurturing and more aligned with your heart. And remember, your long-term goals are in your 11th house as well. And as the sun enters Gemini, this is where the Gemini stellium builds in your 10th house. So the focus is going to shift towards toward your career, your purpose, your public identity. And now you've got your community supporting you, building it up. So this is where it's like it's a highly visible period for Virgos, where decisions, conversations, and opportunities will shape your long-term direction. And you're being asked to step into clarity about where you're going and about how you want to be seen in the world. This is going to be big. This is also a point where your foundations, where you start taking action towards your heart's desires, you're not only going to feel supported, you're not only going to be positioned in a place where you're being honored for your achievements, for how you want to be known in your purpose, for stepping into your purpose altogether. But this is where it's like you've got stability and peace in your relationships, in your commitments, harmony and balance in your family life, because you're being aligned to your soul tribe, prosperity in your monetary aspects as well, or your monetary foundations. And with the King of Cups, this is like being filled with contentment because you're letting your gifts truly shine. You're letting your dreams truly lead you to your future. This is big. So by the time that we reach this Sagittarius full moon on May 31st, which will be in your 4th house as well, by the way, that is your home, your family, your roots, at 10 degrees, this blue moon, something is coming to a culmination in your emotional foundation and inner life. And with the number 10 representing that completion as well as renewal, it's going to signal a turning point for you in your sense of how you define home, where you feel at home, the family that you build and experience, and your internal stability and safety, your security. So something's going to be reaching a resolution within your private world that fills you with abundance. This is the King of Cups. This is where it's like you've got your cups overflowing. You know you're supported. You're in alignment with the right place and the right purpose, the right movement. And this is where something is allowing you to release emotional tensions or outdated patterns that have been tied to the past, right? Particularly where you've been feeling a standstill, where you've been feeling overly cautious, or you've been burnt out, feeling like all you do is work and no play in a lot of ways as well, where you have seen what you value most not have action being taken toward it. You're closing something in this regard out. And if that resonates, let me know. Share your thoughts in the comments below, because this is where you've got something making room to allow you, I should say, to reconnect with what truly makes you feel safe, grounded, and supported. And throughout all of this, remember, we do still have this Aries stellium that is going to continue to activate in your 8th house of transformation through about mid-May. And it's going to bring that intensity, momentum into your emotional transformation, shared resources, and your psychological depth. And this is where there's deep healing that's been happening for you through honesty, vulnerability, and conscious release. And with this Aries stellium, it's teaching you how to face what has been unspoken, but most importantly, to reclaim your power in the process. And at the same time, through May, this is my favorite part for you, Virgos, because we have this emerging trine between Uranus, our breakthrough planet, in your 10th house, and Pluto in Aquarius in your 6th house. They are reshaping your relationship between work and purpose and how you experience that in your daily life. This is innovation meeting discipline. This is also where your routines in your career begin to evolve together, creating a more aligned, reliable, sustainable path forward. And remember, we have a success window here in May. So, between Jupiter, our planet of luck, optimism, and blessings, and Saturn, anchoring structure, anchoring your dreams, and then Pluto, our planet of transformation, they are activating your 11th house, your 7th house, and your 6th house. So something is stabilizing, and it's beginning to form through community relationships or even your daily efforts. And I will also say this is where your long-term goals, your partnerships, and your work life begin to align in a way that feels both supportive and earned. And this is also the success window where consistency begins to show tangible results, especially through collaboration and commitment where you once felt delayed. So now is the time, truly, where things start to take off for you guys in your career, in your path, in your day-to-day, in your relationships. Bet on yourself and take chances. Reach for your dreams, because Spirit is saying this is the month, you got this. And this is where you start seeing those tangible results, especially with this success window opening. Because this is the month where your life truly begins to reorder itself from the inside out. Listen to your body. Do what it is asking of you, because truly, as you start giving your body, your temple, that TLC, everything starts to shift in your external world as well. You may begin to realize that your true purpose is not something that you find, it's something that you build through devotion to what truly matters most to you in life. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where Spirit is saying there is a truth being revealed to you, especially with the Coyote Spirit. This is where too, it's don't be, I kind of get this wicked humor with the Coyote because he's known as the trickster in a lot of ways. But what the Coyote truly teaches us is that through all the tricks and the traps of life, to be able to laugh, and I pull out the wicked humor card of note to self, don't do that. That didn't work out kind of energy. This is where you learn from them. But you keep your heart light rather than letting them weigh you down. And in that way, you're able to rise to greatness because you're turning those pains into passions, right? And love is your greatest strength. Leadership is your path, and this is the month that you become truly awakened to that. This is where your wisdom becomes inspiration for everyone that you meet through your relationships. And just know, this is the month as you reclaim your power through that reflection coming in from Pluto moving retrograde over the next 5 months. You will begin to see that you can overcome any problem, and you naturally and easily achieve success when you're in true alignment with your true devotion and your true path. And if that resonates, let me know. So Leos, this month of May is going to feel like a powerful recalibration of your joy, your purpose, and your direction. And it's going to feel like life is asking you to refine what truly lights you up. And more importantly, to realize and see what no longer is, what you're no longer, more importantly, willing to dim yourself for. And if that resonates, let me know, because this month, as it begins today, with this Scorpio full moon aligning at a place of mastery at 11 degrees, it's activating your 4th house. It is bringing emotional culmination within your home, your family, or your inner foundations. And this is the full moon that heightens your emotional sensitivity. It's going to be making this a moment where something deeply personal rises to the surface for you. Has a lot to do with your investment and your time and energy, what you value most and how you anchor it into your life. We'll dive into these deeper too, I promise. And where more importantly, you've been haunted by loss, where you've been letting fear and anxiety dim yourself, dim your light, make you feel unsafe or insecure in your foundations. So, as old emotional patterns around family dynamics or unresolved inner tensions come to the surface with this full moon, this flower full moon, this is here to truly help you release what has been shaping your emotional world beneath the surface. And something within you under this Scorpio full moon, as you can see with the 9 of Swords, is ready to feel lighter, to feel more honest, and to feel more rooted in truth. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where you are truly stepping into a place of mastery and claiming your justice. And it has a lot to do with where you're investing your time and your energy. With the 7 of Pentacles, this is like what you water grows, right? Where are you investing when it comes to what you value most and how you anchor that into your future, into your long-held dreams, into your legacy? Where you embrace that as a personal challenge rather than a drain on your energy. And I say that because with Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius, Pluto is going to be moving into this reclamation of power through internal reevaluation and reflection. And he's stationed at 5 degrees in your 7th house. So relationships are going to become the central theme for you when it comes to deep reflection over this next 5 months. And remember, Pluto is at 5 degrees. So lean into change. This is a restructuring of how you experience partnership altogether, whether it be romantic, business, or even deeply personal connections. Whatever it is for you, you are being asked to re-examine power dynamics, where you receive and where you're not receiving emotional reciprocity, and where your authenticity is truly rooted and received in your one-on-one bonds. So through this aspect, look at where you're carrying the blame for others, where you've been experiencing despair, panic, anxiety, feeling troubled in your relationships, where relationships haven't supported you when it comes to your desires and your passions. Because through this aspect, over the next 5 months, some connections may evolve, some may deepen, some may reveal where transformation is needed. It's about truth. It's not about loss. So just remember, you're learning how to relate from a place of equality rather than performance or expectation. And if that resonates, let me know, because as you incorporate more truth into the foundations of your relationships, when we reach the super new moon, which is in Taurus, this super new moon mid-month is going to be activating your 10th house. It has a lot to do about your career, how you're seen, your honors and achievements. And this new moon is activating at 26 degrees. So it's looking at dualities. It's looking at your partnerships. It's looking at where harmony needs to be reinstilled. And it is bringing one of the most important career and purpose resets of all of 2026 for you. No pressure, just saying. But this is where this super new moon in Taurus, activating at 26 degrees, which reduces to 8, you're being brought into a place of mastery, recognition, and long-term achievement. And it's going to be a powerful moment for a new beginning in your professional life, your public image, or even your life direction. Something new is being seeded here. You could be taking on a new role, seeing a new opportunity, or even adapting or adopting a new vision that has the potential to grow into lasting success in your life. And keep in mind, this is where as you step into this place of leadership, into a truth, it's generating prosperity. It is generating creativity in you. It is looking at resources. It is looking at your career. And more importantly, it's building a foundation that becomes unshakable. and you're going to be charging towards it. Things are also going to be picking up. This is where movement is going to start happening for you. So pay attention to mid-May, because this super new moon also happens to be conjunct with Mercury. This is where the decisions that you make are now going to carry weight and clarity. And keep in mind too, that Jupiter is going to support you from your 12th house. This is your subconscious supporting you. There is this quiet spiritual guidance. Your ancestors and your angels are supporting you with this. Luck and abundance are going to support this opportunity. And behind the scenes, the support is going to help align you with your higher path. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is where it's like you are stepping into, again, innovating your foundations. Also could be dealing with an Aquarius or a Capricorn. But right before this new moon, we've got Mercury being purified in the sun with a Mercury Cazimi. Really looking at what you value most, because the Mercury Cazimi is in Taurus and it's aligning at 23 degrees. So it's again bringing synergy, creativity into your relationships. This Cazimi is going to bring a moment of clarity around your career or life direction for you. Something is going to click into place with ease. It could be a realization about what you want to build, how you want to contribute, or what you want to be known for. But it's a mental clarity that will feel grounded. And most importantly, it'll feel actionable. This is like advocating, articulating towards your ambitions, for your ambitions, without fear leading the way. And remember too, as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, our breakthrough planet, these two are going to be meeting in your 11th house. So your social world and your future vision are going to begin to shift rapidly. This is like the house of community, networks, long-term goals, and Uranus is going to bring unexpected connections, breakthroughs, and new possibilities to you. So friendships may evolve, opportunities may arise through networks, or your vision for the future may suddenly expand in ways that you didn't anticipate. And like I say, this is where it's like you're not only taking the reins, you're leading with compassion, you're headed in the right direction. And this is where momentum starts to truly pick up for you this month. And I say that because we also happen to have a Uranus Cazimi. And this is a new beginning. This Uranus Cazimi is happening at 1 degree. It marks the beginning of a new cycle for you, particularly when it comes to going after your aspirations. And this is a new beginning that is aligned or more aligned with freedom, innovation, and your intellectual expansion. So there's an alignment with your spirituality coming in with this as well. And you are stepping into a place of mastery. This is your justice. It is standing in your truth. This is like if you're dealing with legal matters. This is equitability, especially if something was unjust before. This is a new cycle for you that aligns you with your sovereignty. And if that resonates, let me know, because Mars is going to also be moving into Taurus at the same time. And Mars is going to be sitting in your 10th house. So that is your career, your honors, achievements, your visibility. But Mars in Taurus energy brings steady, focused action when it comes to your career and life direction. So nothing is made out of haste. This is where your ambition becomes structured. You're no longer just imagining success. You're actively building it. And with Venus in Cancer in your 12th house, this is where it's like there's this softer, more reflective energy that is entering your emotional world. This is where healing behind the scenes happens, where intuition strengthens, where emotional restoration also happens in a very deep level for you. And this is where you start to, as you step into your alignment, karma starts working for you as well, starts coming back around for you. So this is where it's like you're looking at what you value most and how it either aligns with the tendency to dim your light towards group identification, where you're going towards traditional values and aligning with that as well, whatever that means to you. And more importantly, where you lean in to what needs to be healed, what needs to be adjusted, what needs to fluctuate in your life to align you with your crown chakra. That is like the Fool's Shoes journey, right? And as the sun moves into Gemini, and that Gemini stellium builds in your 11th house, your attention is going to be turning toward the future. This is where ideas, collaborations, and community connections become central for you. And it's also, Gemini season is where conversations for you, Leo, are going to open doors. Your network is going to expand, and your vision for what's possible is going to begin to evolve rapidly. And at the same time, mark your calendars, because that blue moon in Sagittarius that we have on May 31st, it's going to be happening in your 5th house. So I just don't know how this month can get any better for you, but it will. So your 5th house is your house of joy, love, bliss. It's got a 10-degree alignment with this full moon. Everything is culminating when it comes to your creativity, your joy, romance, no pressure, also self-expression. So something is coming to completion. Something is also being renewed here under this full moon. And it signals a powerful emotional or creative breakthrough that is going to be happening, where something you've been expressing, building, or feeling is going to reach a turning point. And this is where things truly pick up. It becomes a catalyst as well. This may be something romantic that's coming to like this point of commitment, this deeper point of commitment. Could be a creative achievement. Could be a moment of clarity altogether about what truly lights you up at, like in life. What lets you live life to its fullest. This is where your heart speaks loudly, but also unmistakably. And I will also say, throughout all of this, we still have that Aries stellium that's going to drive you all the way into this new moon. It's going to continue to activate your 9th house of expansion, bringing bold movements into your beliefs, into travel even, higher learning, spiritual growth, because you're being pushed to think bigger, move further, and trust your instincts even further, where life is calling you next. And as you stand in that truth and embrace that truth, your intuition will begin to unrestrict the messages, the opportunities that are coming your way, come towards the second half of May. And I will also say, remember, we have this beautiful emerging trine between Uranus in Gemini in your 11th house and Pluto in your 7th house in Aquarius. These two, under this harmonious energy, are going to be reshaping your relationships and your future vision simultaneously. And it's also going to be allowing you to stand in your personal power and start seeing that harvest manifest materially in your life as well. This is where your connections become the catalysts for your transformation, and where your social world begins to reflect a deeper evolution in how you relate and how you collaborate. And remember, we have a success window that is opening this month between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. They are going to be activating your 12th house, your 8th house, and your 7th house. So something powerful is unfolding behind the scenes for you. And it's allowing you to truly anchor your divine humanity, your sign, your inner fire, into your life so that it can take root. This is like emotional healing meets relationship transformation meets spiritual alignment. And they're all working together. And once this is felt, you're going to see what once was uncertain in your inner world and your partnerships begin to stabilize through trust, depth, and emotional honesty. This is going to be big for you guys. This is where it's like your faith in yourself, your alignment, your relationships all start to truly manifest in a very powerful way, because this is the month where your light is not just meant to shine, it's meant to evolve. So stop pushing against what is, align with it, and move on, move with it. Because this is the month where you're coming into full alignment. And as everything unfolds, you may begin to realize that your true visibility comes not from performing who you are, but from fully becoming who you are. So live life with both feet in. Commit to fully being here, being present in the here and now, with the people you're entangled with your purpose, with your calling, and with how you're evolving. Because this is the month where you are like, oh my goodness. This is the year of the fire horse, by the way, too. This is the month where your heart is stepping into a greater purpose that's been calling you. And as you answer that call, this is where the winds of change are going to be driving you straight towards the dreams and soul alignment that you are meant to accomplish. This is beautiful energy. I just got goosebumps. If you did too, let me know. So Cancers, this month is beautiful for you. It is a month that feels like a profound and prolific restructuring of your inner world and outer direction, both at the same time. It's as if life is gently but firmly asking you to redefine what safety, belonging, and emotional truth mean for you now, because that can change as you change, right? And it begins with today, the day I'm recording this, with the Scorpio full moon. Oof, we're going to talk about that. So, especially with this full moon in Scorpio aligning at 11 degrees of mastery, activating your 5th house, no less. It is going to bring emotional culminations for you and toward you around your creativity, around romance, also around your self-expression, your joy. And remember, 11 is that mastery number, right? It holds emotional sensitivity and intuitive awareness. It is making this full moon a moment where your heart becomes impossible to ignore, is probably the best way to put it. So think about where you have been dimming your light, carrying a load that's heavy or too heavy, not meant to be yours to carry alone altogether as well. But this is where this full moon is truly looking at like something that you've been creating, feeling, investing your energy in, and it's reaching a turning point. It's been making you feel overburdened. It's been making you feel exhausted. It's where it's like you've been carrying too much responsibility, right? And this is where, in this turning point, starting right away today, it can feel like a release of emotional attachment to an outcome or a realization about what truly brings you joy versus what you've been performing for others. So think about what you've been carrying that wasn't meant to be yours, because this is where your heart is asking for honesty over expectation, I guess is how I would put it. And this month, oh my goodness, Cancer, so Pluto is stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 8th house of transformation at 5 degrees of change. So look at where we're changing the energy. We're going from feeling overburdened to feeling like victorious. This is advancement in career, standing in your confidence, receiving the respect that you and validation that you deserve, standing with your inner fire, lighting the way, and letting Jupiter restore that balance and harmony, but also bless your life, bless your achievements. And I say that because Pluto in your 8th house like this is bringing the reflection of reclaiming your power inward, where transformation truly begins around trust, intimacy, emotional bonds, even shared resources. We're looking at all of it. And at 5 degrees, the number of change, this is not surface level. This is energetic restructuring for you. And over the next 5 months while Pluto is in retrograde, you are being asked to examine where you merge with others too deeply and where fear or control may have shaped your attachments altogether, or where emotional power dynamics need to be released or rebalanced. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is a slow, powerful inner rebirth around vulnerability and your emotional truth that's happening this month. And as you can see, as you step in to claim your victory, you're also charging forward with what you value most with the Knight of Pentacles, and you're being supported. So mid-month, we've got this super new moon in Taurus, and it's activating your 11th house. That is your sense of belonging. And at 26 degrees, it's looking at your long-term goals, it's looking at your community, and it's bringing this grounded reset to your future vision, your friendships, your sense of belonging in the world altogether. And at 26 degrees, that's looking at your relationships, where you need to feel harmony or have it be restored. And it reduces to 8, which symbolizes mastery, manifestation, and long-term stability. This is where your new dreams are beginning to form for you in 2026. And these dreams, especially with Taurus energy, they're practical. They're achievable visions. That's what I call SMART goals in a lot of ways. They're going to feel emotionally aligned as well. This is also where new friendships, new collaborations, or even long-term goals may emerge. And I say that because we've got Mercury conjunct with this new moon. So what do you value most? This is the time with this new moon to plant those seeds. Cherish and honor them, because Mercury is going to be helping you, help connect you with the intuition, with the insight, and the conversations with others within your community, and they'll carry significant weight for you. And keep in mind too, Jupiter will be supporting this from your from your first house. Excuse me, I don't know why I said 10th there, but Jupiter is in your first house. So this is like personal expansion meets emotional confidence, and seeing that be supported through growth, through your community. And just before this super new moon, we also happen to have a Mercury Cazimi that is happening in Taurus at 23 degrees. So this Cazimi is going to bring clarity around your future direction, where something clicks into place about the people you're meant to align with or the path you're meant to build toward. So think about where there's chaos, clash of ambitions, envy from others, lack of unity, because you're moving away from this. This is where this Mercury Cazimi is going to be building this moment for you that's grounded in insight that helps you see your long-term vision more clearly and who's meant to build it with you, especially as you step into this High Priestess energy. And as Mercury enters Gemini, Mercury is meeting up with Uranus in your 12th house. So your inner world, your High Priestess energy is going to become highly active, intuitive. It's going to feel awakened. And this is the house of subconscious, right? This is also the house of endings, of healing, of hidden patterns. And Uranus is going to be bringing sudden insights, spiritual breakthroughs, divine surprises, as well as emotional revelations to you. So pay attention to your dreams, because when these two meet, when Mercury enters Gemini, you're going to be seeing and experiencing some intuitive downloads, vivid dreams, or even unexpected realizations about what you've been holding internally and what needs to be released. And remember, through all of this, once you're tapped in like this, you will also be uncovering hidden enemies. And I say that because Uranus, we have a once-in-a-lifetime Uranus Cazimi happening as well. And Uranus is meeting with the Sun, your vitality at 1 degree. It is going to mark the beginning of a brand new cycle where you're moving away from this. So where the clash of ambitions, like chaos, has made you basically come into contact with lessons learned about deceptions, betrayals, ulterior motives. This is where you're looking at where the rocks have been rocks have been thrown, and then hands have been hidden, as I like to always say. And those enemies are being revealed. And as this new cycle with Uranus is going to be coming to light, expect a spiritual awakening in such a beautiful way. It is a new cycle, and it is one where your subconscious is being reprogrammed so that you can reclaim your inner strength and inner power. I mean, look at this. This is movement. This is where healing happens in real time, but it's something that's going to be happening in a very prolific way for you. And at the same time, keep in mind, Mars is moving to Taurus. Mars is activating your 11th house and bringing steady momentum into your social world, aligning with your right tribe, aligning you with your future goals, and through the collaborations that'll help you build them. This is where it's like you start approaching your goals. Once Mars moves into Taurus, I should say, you start standing in your truth as well with Mercury and Gemini. You're going to start receiving incoming news that unrestricts you, where you start accelerating towards your goals in a way that allows you to stand in your personal strength. And with Mars and Gemini, don't ask why I said that. Mars and Taurus in your 11th house, this is where you begin taking action towards your long-term dreams. You start building connections, committing to goals, stepping more intentionally into your community. And you've got helping hands coming in because Venus is going to be moving, I should say, to your sign. She is going to be entering your sign on May 18th. This is where everything softens and it becomes more emotionally aligned with you. This is a deeply personal transit for you. It's going to be enhancing your magnetism, your emotional presence, and your ability to attract support, love, and connection in your life. And I just got the chills. If you did too, let me know. Because you are being seen more clearly now once Venus enters your sign in many more ways that are more loving than you've seen in the past with what previously came through in the cards. And I will also say, this is like, normally with the Hierophant, it's like group identification, but this is where you step into a place of leadership when it comes to group identification. And I say that because the sun is going to be moving into Gemini. And that's where that Gemini stellium is building in your 12th house. It is your hidden talents, your hidden gifts, your intuition, your subconscious. Your energy is going to be turning inward in a way where you may feel deeply reflective. You may feel very spiritually awakened. And it's also going to be an emotionally restorative period for you. So pay attention to Gemini season, because you're processing, you're releasing, and then most importantly, you're integrating everything that has been shifting beneath the surface. And the insights about what you value most are going to start coming to light. This is where insight comes through solitude, rest, and inner awareness, but also where clarity is born. And by the time that we reach that Sagittarius full moon, the blue moon, on May 31st, which is going to be happening in your 6th house, this is where your day-to-day, your flow, your rhythm is going to change. Because this full moon, the second full moon of the month, is aligning at 10 degrees. So everything is going to be culminating. And it's going to be manifesting in a way where you see it happening in real time in your daily life, your work, your routines, and in your physical well-being. So this is where you're being asked or pushed, however you want to look at it, to step boldly into leadership, visibility, or even responsibility. And this is also where your ambition and your emotional truth begin to align in a very beautiful way. It's going to be a turning point to shift how you manage your energy, your responsibilities, your habits. It's going to offer clarity in what is sustainable and what is not. This is where, through it, with the Aries stellium also pushing your ambitions forward, it's time to truly take responsibility for your choices and to start living your life in a way where you own your power. And if that resonates, let me know. Because we also have this emerging trine happening between Uranus in your 12th house and Pluto in your 8th house. This is a deeply transformative energy that is happening and shaping. And it's connecting your emotional and spiritual, like your emotional truth and your spiritual truth at a very deep level. This is like subconscious healing meeting emotional rebirth. Patterns around trust, attachment, fear, and emotional intimacy, are going to begin to shift at the root level. And it'll be a deep inner liberation that is happening. And this is where you are finding, especially with Pluto, I mean, this is our breakthrough planet meeting our planet of reclaiming power, personal transformation. You are being reminded with this that you have the power to create the life that you love. Remember that. And this is the month you're being reminded of that. I will also say too, remember, we've got the success window that is happening between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. And it's activating your 1st house, your identity, your 9th house of expansion, and your 8th house of transformation. So something is stabilizing under this success window, and it's going to begin to form and take shape within your identity, your beliefs, and your emotional truth. You are growing in your confidence, expanding your worldview, building emotional resilience through experience this month. And this is where your inner growth begins to translate into your outer stability. I will also say too, this is the month where your emotional world is not just being understood, it is being rebuilt. So, especially as we're looking at the truth, because we can see the truth, because we choose the truth with the coyote, everything that is unfolding this month is here to help you with stepping into your grace, right? To help you realize that home is not just where you come from, it's what you create within yourself as you evolve. And if that resonates, let me know, because with the revealer of truth, this is like learning not to take life so seriously, right? Because there's a lot of wisdom when we learn and choose to learn from our mistakes. This is also, it helps us step into our higher wisdom so that we can transform with grace and elegance and let that same grace inspire our future moving forward. So this is a month truly where you guys, your emotional world is being rebuilt with home, or within your home, and at the core level of your identity. And if that resonates, let me know. Geminis, so this month, May, is going to be an awakening of voice, vision, and identity for you. So this month is going to feel like the ignition of a completely new mental and personal timeline, as if reality itself is beginning to respond to your thoughts faster than it was before. And it begins with today, with this Scorpio full moon that is aligning at 11 degrees, and it's activating in your 6th house. So this is bringing emotional clarity. And look at this, we've got a new beginning with the Ace of Pentacles. Oh my goodness. And the Star. I've got goosebumps. If you do too, let me know. So with this Scorpio full moon, there's going to be emotional clarity for you around your routines, your work life, your health, your daily responsibilities. And at the master number of 11, with this illumination, it's going to heighten your sensitivity in your environment, making you more aware of stress patterns, burnout cycles, or even habits that have been quietly shaping your well-being. And this is where Spirit is saying this whole month, you're being reminded that you're standing in a favorable position. So something here as we start this month is reaching this tipping point for you. And it's to show you exactly what needs to be released so that your energy can move more freely into this. And this is where the emotional truth, your emotional truth, meets your physical reality. And I will also say this month is pretty special because we have Pluto, which is in Aquarius, in your 9th house of expansion right now, moving into a reflection. It's going retrograde for 5 months, and it happens to be stationed at 5 degrees, and we are in the 5th month of the year. So through change, you're going to see a new beginning unfold for you this month. This new beginning with Pluto in retrograde in your 9th house of expansion is going to affect your belief systems, and your belief systems altogether are going to begin a deep internal restructuring for you. And through this 5-month process, it's going to help you with questioning what you believe, what you've been taught, and what you're choosing to expand into. And at 5 degrees, like I say, it comes in with this surrender. Lean into change. This is about evolving your worldview from the inside out. So you're looking at old philosophies, expectations, or even limitations around your future. And as each one comes to the surface, this is where your mind begins to stretch beyond its previous edges, not through pressure, but through awakening, because you're looking at how you bring this integration, wherever you're making room, into your material world. And mid-month with the Taurus super new moon happening in your month, by the way. We're coming into Gemini season. This new moon is going to be special for you because it's going to promote and really set the stage for new beginnings at 26 degrees. It's bringing a reset of your subconscious mind because it is activating your 12th house. So there's emotional healing and there's a focus being drawn inward to your inner world, as well as an awakening of your hidden gifts, your hidden talents. And they're going to be rooted in your material world. I cannot stress that enough. So pay attention, mark your calendars for this super new moon that is happening mid-May, because it's going to be a fresh start for you that really ushers in a new doorway, a new prosperity for you that brings you towards a focus of achievements, contentment, an increase or an improvement in your health, in your wealth, in your security. Not only will you be meeting challenges where you integrate what you value most into where you put your time and your energy, but this is meeting challenges that are absolutely favored for you. This is big, and I've got goosebumps. If you do too, let me know. Because 26 degrees, I mean, this is looking at dualities. You're doing shadow work. You're also looking at the integration of the karmic lessons in your life. You're also looking at dualities of your partnerships, your commitments, your relationships, where to bring harmony into them. And with 26 degrees reducing to 8, this is tapping you in to a mastery of release and energetic rebirth. This is going to be a deeply internal new beginning for you. So something is being cleared beneath the surface. It could be a release of old fears. It could be a release of emotional residue or even patterns that you may not have fully been conscious of that you're doing. And keep in mind, your ruler, Mercury, is also going to be conjunct with this new moon. So insights are going to come through your intuition, your dreams, your quiet realizations. So journal, pay attention to your dreams. And that's not all, because as you're being asked to truly shine as the star, we also have Jupiter forming this supportive energy in your second house with this new moon. And this inner clearing is going to directly support your sense of self-worth and stability, and also your finances. So wherever you've been cultivating from the internal, wherever you've been manifesting from, if you've been going where, like, whatever you've been trying to get up off the ground has not been, like, if you've been feeling like it hasn't been supported, this is the time where that support, that optimism, that abundance, that luck starts really shining through as you shine more. And this is like, you're looking at your mental health, you're looking at your creativity, you're looking at your vision. And you're now tapped into a place where you're receiving spiritual guidance and your intuition is fully online with your 12th house being activated. And just before this new moon, we've got the Mercury Cazimi. That is also happening in Taurus. So we're focusing on what you value most. And as Mercury, your ruler, gets purified and kissed by the sun at 23 degrees, again, we've got this duality in your partnerships of light and dark within you, having synergy brought into it, being filled with creativity as you lean into change. This Mercury Cazimi is going to bring moments of subconscious clarity where something hidden finally becomes understood for you. And when that does, this is where you are being reminded that not only is it time to stand your ground, but you're standing in a favorable position. And if that resonates, let me know, because this realization is going to emerge from within. And it helps you make sense of either emotional patterns or mental patterns that you've been navigating behind the scenes. So it's going to be quiet, but it's going to be astronomically powerful for you. And keep in mind too, as Mercury enters your sign, not only is your intuition going to be tapped in this month, but you are going to be connected to your spirituality, to your faith in a very big way. And I say that because Mercury, when it enters Gemini, it's going to immediately align with Uranus, which is also in your sign. So our breakthrough planet is meeting our winged messenger. And this is where everything accelerates for you. This is also one of the most significant activations of your entire year, because your first house, your state of consciousness, your presence, your identity, your mindset are all fully online, and they are fully pointed in the direction where everything begins to shift rapidly. And I say that because Uranus, our breakthrough planet, following this very quickly, is going to be entering a Cazimi, which is a once-in-a-lifetime Cazimi. And it's happening at 1 degree of new beginnings. So expect breakthroughs, because this Uranus Cazimi is marking the beginning of a new cycle of self-expression and awakening for you. And I just got chills. So this is where you are getting a lot of luck, a lot of optimism, a lot of blessings that are funneling into your structure, your foundation. This is Capricorn energy, could be dealing with a Capricorn as well. But this is where breakthroughs in thinking, speaking, self-awareness even are going to suddenly and unmistakably occur for you. You may feel like you're stepping into a completely new version of yourself as well. One that thinks faster, sees clearer, communicates with more authenticity, than ever before. And when it comes to holding multiple priorities, you'll be able to juggle these well. This is like tapping into your unlimited potential, as well as the unlimited possibilities that unlimited potential is now creating for you in very tangible ways. And I say that because Mars, our planet of drive, action, passion, is also moving into Taurus. And Taurus energy focuses on what you value most, right? Taurus energy with Mars is going to be activating your 12th house. So you're already lit up with your intuition. This is going to bring that quiet knowing in a very powerful internal kind of way. This is where unconscious patterns will begin to surface so that they can be released even further. So we're not even done with, like, we've already had, what's hiding, what's being revealed. I just want to check and see if there was anything else I missed here. Okay, let's look at this, because where you felt you've had like too many options and it's even caused like some stagnancy, maybe even some like befuddlement where it's like you're not sure if you're choosing the right option, because within the Seven of Cups, it's always good to have options until they cause analysis paralysis, right? Or until you get sidetracked and you end up not knowing which direction to take, what cup to pick, right? Particularly when it comes to your relationships or towards your long-term visions. We'll talk about this deeper. But with Mars moving into Taurus, into your 12th house, with your 12th house already lit up, this is where you're doing a further like internal cleaning. It may feel subtle on the outside, but internally something is shifting and it's truly integrating and manifesting in your material world. So this is where it's like you're looking at your options. You're looking at the shadows of what your heart truly values most. You're seeing through the delusions. You're seeing through the superficialities. You're breaking open the ones by following your intuition that light your imagination up, that fill you with inspiration, that also cultivate creativity. And this is where you start aligning with leadership when it comes to compassion. And I say that because Venus is also going to be entering Cancer, and it just so happens that she will be stationed in your second house. This is our planet of love, your planet of your heart's desires. Your second house is your stability, your values, your finances. So when she is standing in your second house, expect that your emotional security becomes your focus. You're being invited to value yourself more deeply, to allow stability, softness, and self-worth to grow in tangible ways. And it'll manifest through your relationships. So this is like aligning with people that hold harmony for the same vision. So coming together in a common goal, common project, common inspiration. This is also new friendships, possibly even new romance, no pressure. But it's truly about like coming into alignment with soul tribe energies where you feel fully supported, particularly when you give your vision voice. And as the sun enters your sign on May 20th this year, the Gemini stellium is building in your first house. Just get ready is all I gotta say. I've got goosebumps if you do too, because everything is going to become amplified. This is your solar return energy in motion. So your focus is entirely on you. And I don't mean that from the ego. I mean that from your identity, your voice, your decisions, and your true path. So conversations matter more. Ideas move faster. Opportunities align through visibility and expression. You're not just thinking differently, you're becoming different. This is where it's like you start seeing it manifest. Your dreams get blessed with Jupiter's luck, optimism. You've released and you know what cycles, what lessons to integrate as you close things out. And this is what paves the way and opens the door for material success, for abundance to come through. You're going to feel like you're finding your happy place. This is beautiful energy. And this is also where, by the time that we come into the blue moon that's happening this month on May 31st with that Sagittarius full moon, that full moon is going to be hitting and aligning in your 7th house at 10 degrees. So relationships, commitments, this is going to be big. Everything culminates this month for you in relationships and partnerships as well as one-on-one dynamics. And with the number 10 here, this is about completions and renewals. And here, this blue moon is going to signal a turning point in how you connect with others. So a relationship, I mean, with the Two of Swords in reverse here, this is like decisiveness. This is taking action with decisiveness. This is clarity. This is also judgment, right? This is correcting mistakes or a need to make a rational decision, but you're letting your intuition lead the way. So through this full moon in Sagittarius on May 31st, when it comes to relationships, there may be a relationship for you in your life that reaches clarity. It may deepen, it may shift, it may even come full circle. This is where you may find that you're seeing yourself reflected through others in a very honest way. And through that honesty, that connection becomes unavoidably liberating. And throughout all of this, keep in mind, we still have this Aries stellium that is going to be with us, moving with us through May, through about mid-May, till that new moon. And this energy is activating your 11th house. That is your sense of belonging. That is your community. That is your long-term goals. So this is bringing momentum in that Aries, or with that Aries energy, into your future vision with new friendships that align with your long-term goals. You're being pulled towards communities, collaborations, and aspirations that align with your evolving identity. And this is where your future begins to reorganize around who you're becoming now, not who you used to be. And at the same time, the emerging trine between Uranus, which is in your first house, and then Pluto, which is in Aquarius in your 9th house of expansion, this trine is going to be one of the most powerful alignments of your personal evolution. Not only for this year, but for years to come. This is long lasting. These are two very slow moving planets. This is identity transformation meeting belief expansion. So your voice, your thoughts, your worldview, they are all evolving together, transforming together, and they're creating a completely new lens through what you see your life as and what you want to build. And then we're not done yet, because we have a success window happening. And for you guys, the success window between Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto are going to be activating your 2nd house of value, worth, finances, your 10th house of career, honors, achievements, visibility, and your 9th house of expansion. So I hope you can feel this energy on where it's going, because something important is going to begin to be anchored and stabilized around your finances, your career, and also your long-term vision. This is where value meets structure, where ideas begin to translate into tangible growth and opportunity for you guys. And this is, you're going to get ready to be seen. Because, Saturn builds structure. Pluto is transformation. Jupiter is blessings and luck. So stop caring about what others think. This is your life to live and love, and this is your success window. This is tangible growth and opportunity. It is time to take that leap, and just remember, through all of it, even when you try and second guess yourself, remember that you're too amazing to follow everyone else. This is the success window where you're meant to forge your own path. This month altogether is, because this is a month where you're not just receiving new information, you're becoming the source of it. We're walking into your season. And as everything unfolds, you may begin to realize that your voice was never meant just to be heard. It was meant to shape your reality. And as the magicians, I cannot stress enough, this is your time. This is your rebirth. This is beautiful energy. So anytime that you've got fear or doubt kind of creeping in, just remember, it is never too late to reinvent who you're becoming. Be open towards the rewards of change. Be open to receive the blessings of Jupiter, the abundance that these new opportunities are bringing for you, especially this month, because your brilliance is meant to be shared with the world. It's time to love every part of the journey, because you guys are coming out of the cocoon. I'm just saying. And if that resonates, let me know. So Taurus, this month, May is going to be like sacred rebuildings. And it's rebuilding yourself and your value. This is going to be such an uplifting month for you. It's the type of month that feels like you're standing at the center of your own rebirth, where identity, direction, stability, and like how to put it, and your consciousness, your state of being, your perspective, they are all being quietly but powerfully rewritten. And it begins with today, this Scorpio full moon, as I'm recording this. So the Scorpio full moon is one of the most transformative full moons that we will have all year. And it just so happens that it is aligned at 11 degrees of mastery. This is activating in your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. This is bringing emotional culmination within your relationships and your one-on-one connections. And with this energy of mastery involved with it, with the 11 degree alignment, it's going to heighten your emotional awareness. It's going to make dynamics with your partnerships, clients even, close connections, truly impossible to ignore. So something under this full moon is truly going to reach a point of truth for you. Whether it's deepening, shifting, or releasing, something is coming to the light. Let me know in the comments below, because we've got the 8 of Pentacles here in reverse. Let's just look at these for a moment, because this is going to be big. We've got True Truth cards here with 3 Sagittarius energies here. You also have 3 Scorpio energies. So there is something, and 2 Librans. So there's something coming into balance between light and dark. Has a lot to do with your truth, has a lot to do with your shadows. And with this full moon, there is something here where you see yourself more clearly through the mirror of another person in your life, someone close to you. There's something here as well where there's an emotional honesty that becomes the catalyst for change in your life. And it's looking at what's no longer aligned in your partnerships, and whatever that is, it cannot stay hidden. And then we reach this point of transformation. So the Ace of Cups, this is all about your emotions, right? This is all about a beginning of prosperity, abundance, possibly even new opportunities for relationships as well, where love has room to grow, where joy has room to inspire. Also, too, where your health, your spirituality really get the opportunity to thrive, not just survive. And I say that because Pluto, our planet of transformation, who wears his heart on his sleeve as well, by the way, is going to be moving into a point of reflection. He is going to be going through a retrograde period for the next 5 months. And remember, Pluto is in Aquarius. And it happens to be that Pluto is also in your 10th house. That is your career, your honors and your achievements, your visibility, your soul life purpose. And when he starts moving backwards, or moving inwards, however you want to look at it, he is going to be aligned at 5 degrees. So lean into change, because your long-term direction, your career path, your public identity are going to receive this like deep 5-month dive into a restructure. Stay aligned and be aware of the 5-5 portal that is aligning and opening up this month in May, because at 5 degrees, with all of this happening, that is the number of change. This is about redefining your relationship with success itself. Old ambitions, outdated definitions of achievement, or even external expectations, they are all coming up for review. And this is where you're looking at your truth and you're giving your truth voice, right? You're looking at your leadership, wherever you stand in your authenticity and in your authority. When it comes to, you're having an honest conversation, I guess is how I would put it. It's going to be passionate. It's going to be a direction where you're looking at what truly lights you up inside, what truly inspires you, what lights up your creativity. And you're looking at it very charismatically as well as very wisely with how to structure this. And you guys bring this beautiful, pragmatic, stabilizing energy, right? So this is all about what makes you feel safe enough to dream bigger and brighter. And if that resonates, let me know. Because with Pluto transforming things, there is something here where it's not about abandoning your path. I just want to stress that. It is about refining your path so that it reflects who you're truly becoming, not who you were expected to be. So if there are power dynamics in your career or authority figures in your work-life environment, something is about to shift. Because again, we've got your truth. We're looking at what you value most when it comes to how you feel about it with your emotions here with the Page of Cups. This is something where you're focusing on your dreams, your creativity, your art, if you're a poet, what you write, what inspires you. And you are being lit up in a very sensitive way. So follow your intuition during this time as well. Because again, it's not about abandoning your path. It's just about standing in autonomy. You're revealing where you're ready to step into more authenticity. And get ready, because this mid-month super new moon is going to be in your sign. It's going to activate your first house at 26 degrees. So we're looking at where we're bringing more harmony into our relationships, relationship with the self, how we're able to tap into our unlimited potential. And in your first house, this is going to be one of the most important personal resets of your entire year. It's going to bring you into a place of how you embody your autonomy, your authority, your mastery, and your long-term dreams when it comes to manifestation. So this is truly, this super new moon is going to be your rebirth point for 2026. Don't be surprised if you feel like you are rebirthing into a new identity, a new sense of self, even a new direction that is going to begin. So set your intentions, focus on the seeds that you're planting, because this is something that's not necessarily a need to draw you outwards. It's a need to focus inwards, because there's something deeply internal that's happening here that's radiating outward naturally. So focus on what lights you up, what you value most, especially with the Page of Pentacles. This is like, what new skills, what new opportunities, what new employment do you want to go after? And this is truly like taking inspired action and receiving it in kind with good news about money, career, education, or even home. And that's not all, because Mercury is conjunct with this new moon. So your thoughts, your decisions, your intentions are going to be carrying immense power for you. So what you choose now basically is going to become foundational. And you've got luck on your side, because Jupiter is also supporting this new moon from your third house. That is your voice, that is your ideas, that is your communication. All three of them are going to be opening doors for expansion and opportunity. It just depends on where you want to take action. This is going to be a new challenge, but it's all about what you choose when you stand in leadership and when you tap into that unlimited potential. Because what you're going after is what you value most. And what I see in the cards here is prosperity and success in a brand new beginning and in a brand new perspective. This is about looking at your dreams with Piscean energy and how you want to innovate them into your foundation. So we've got Pisces energy, Aquarius energy, and then Capricorn. And you are being crowned with success when it comes to taking action. But before this, keep in mind, we've got the Mercury Cazimi, and it's happening in your sign. So Mercury is our thoughts, our insight, our intuition. It's our winged messenger. He's focusing on what you value most, especially when he's sitting in the heart of the sun, which is like your energy resource, your vitality. And this Mercury Cazimi is aligning at 23 degrees. So again, we're looking at dualities, where to incorporate more synergy, more harmony, so that you tap into that creative consciousness. And it's going to bring a moment of pure clarity around your identity and your direction with what truly lights you up, what you want to build your future foundation on. So something during this Mercury Cazimi is going to click into place about who you are becoming and what you're ready to embody. This is like complete mental alignment with your evolving self. And through it, there's a realization that feels not only grounded, but it feels certain. And it may also feel undeniable as well. And if that resonates with you, let me know in the comments below. Put a heart in the comments below, because really we are looking at, with the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, where you've been working too hard, where you've been feeling burned out, where it's like you don't even want to work on it. You just don't find the energy for it, right? Where you even feel like your hands have been idle in the way where like you've got talents, you've got gifts that you want to share, that you want to let out, but your hands are idle. It's like they're not being utilized. This month is going to be a big month for you, because as Mercury enters Gemini and aligns with Uranus, these two are aligning in your second house. This is your relationship with money, self-worth, and stability. And it's going to begin to shift suddenly and dramatically because you've got your intuition guiding the way, and then you got your breakthrough planet bringing divine surprises. So with this second house, or with your second house being your house of value, both material and energetic, Uranus is ready to bring you breakthroughs, unexpected opportunities, and rapid insight. So when these two meet, just know that financial shifts or new income ideas may come through. More importantly, your sense of worth will begin to evolve. And then we get a beautiful once-in-a-lifetime, this only happens once every 84 years, Uranus Cazimi at 1 degree of a new beginning. I mean, this is big because especially at the bottom of the deck, we've got the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so expect a sudden breakthrough with this Uranus Cazimi. It's going to mark the beginning of a new cycle in how you earn, how you value yourself, and how you define security. And this is truly going to be a liberation from old scarcity patterns. It's also going to move you toward more innovative, aligned forms of stability in your life. And at the same time, we've got Mars, our planet of drive, action, passion, moving into your sign as well. Mars is moving to your first house. This is bringing momentum, drive, and embodiment into your identity. And this is action through selfhood, right? So as you begin to see that inner fire ignite, you're holding more compassion. You're leveraging what you value most and attuning that to your identity rather than what you used to look at as what brought security to you. I don't know how to put that. I'm kind of getting a little tongue-tied with it. But basically, this is where it's like you're no longer just reflecting on change. You're becoming it. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. There's determination here, but also there's grounding energy because you're building yourself in real time and you're charging towards it. You're letting that inspired action become your motivation for taking swift action, for how you thrive on challenge, for what you're going after and aligning with when it comes to your career. And you're shining it for the world to see. This is like complete solar plexus like activation. And that's knowing who you are, what you're made of, why you're here, being inspiration and action. Because as you follow what lights you up inside, as you release old patterns that no longer serve you when it comes to success, security, and safety, you're going to start seeing your vitality come back to light. And it's going to inspire other people the more that you succeed and the more that you drive towards your light. So this is like material wealth, your health getting better as well if you've been struggling. This is also you standing in your confidence. This is like your come up story in a lot of ways as well. And with Venus entering Cancer in your third house, this is also where the extrovert aspect comes in, because Venus in Cancer, she brings this softer, more emotional, attuned, deeply expressive energy. And with her in your third house of communication, this is where conversations carry meaning. Words feel personal. They feel nurturing. They feel connected. This is where, especially when it comes to anchoring your dreams, this is Saturn and this is Pisces energy, you're going to be doing that by finding a way to tap into your unlimited reserves, your unlimited potential as well. And as the sun moves into Gemini, and this Gemini stellium builds in your second house of worth, values, finances, the focus is going to shift strongly towards money, self-worth, and building resources for you. And this is a highly activated period for money, value, and material stability, where new opportunities may emerge through communication, networking, or even innovative thinking, where your ideas become directly tied to your income and your long-term security. So this is kind of where it's like you're looking at what used to serve you, but once you accumulated all those cups, you find that they're empty, right? And so now through change, you're going on this soul-searching journey between your first and your second house being lit up the way that they are, to fill these cups with something that holds higher meaning, that really helps you find wisdom. And through this, you're moving away from disappointment, from delusionment, and you're coming into a brand new era of prosperity and success. And I say that because by the time that we reach the Sagittarius full moon on May 31st, this is happening. This blue moon is happening in your 8th house of transformation. Welcome to a new beginning when it comes to your material success and abundance. Everything this month is going to culminate into transformation. And this transformation has a lot to do with how you connect with intimacy, shared resources, and emotional depth. So, with the number 10 representing completions as well as renewals, something here under this blue moon is going to signal a powerful shift in how you merge with others emotionally and or financially. Especially with the Ace of Pentacles coming out, I'm leaning towards the financial part. Something is going to reach a resolution. And it's a dynamic of trust, vulnerability, or energetic exchange that's coming into clarity for you. And this is where you release old emotional entanglements and step into a greater empowerment within shared spaces. And I do want to say, especially because this is like security and it's favored, it's blessed, it's integrating what you value most into where you invest your time and your energy. Remember, we do have this Aries stellium that is still continuing throughout mid-May. It's going to continue to activate your 12th house, which is your subconscious. It's going to bring this strong internal process of subconscious clearing, spiritual reflection, as well as quiet transformation for you. Even if much of this work is unseen from everyone else, as you can see already, you're going to be stepping outside of yourself with this Aries energy as well. It's deeply active beneath the surface, and as you release old fears, patterns, internal narratives that no longer align with your growth, then we begin to see at the same time this beautiful breakthrough transformation happen. And I say that because we've got this trine going on between Uranus in your 2nd house in Gemini and Pluto in Aquarius in your 10th house. So you've got your house of values and finances and self-worth harmoniously working with your career, your visibility. And this trine is truly reshaping your entire relationship with work, with value, and with your purpose. This is truly financial innovation meeting long-term transformation. And if that resonates, put a heart in the comments below, because all I can say is your career path and your sense of worth are going to begin to evolve together in May. And they're going to be creating opportunities for you when it comes to stability, but they come through authenticity and change. And remember, we still have this success window that is also forming between Jupiter, our planet of luck, abundance, blessings, optimism, Saturn, which is our planet of structure, building legacy, and Pluto, Pluto, which is our planet of transformation. So these three are activating your 3rd house, your 11th house, and your 10th house. And this is where I say things start to shift into your external expression, because your 3rd house is your communication. Your 11th house is your community, your sense of belonging, your long-held goals, and your 10th house is your career. So something powerful is going to begin to stabilize when it comes to the way that you communicate your goals, how you align with your future goals, and what you choose as your professional direction, as your compass is recalibrated. So just know that communication is going to, and conversations, I should say, are going to, conversations are going to open doors. That's what I'm trying to say. Networks are going to support your growth, and your long-term vision is going to begin to take more tangible form this month. This is where Spirit is really saying, though, it starts with the internal. So focus on like where your perspective is right now. Pay attention to your thoughts, because life can be hard. It's never promised to be easy, right? It can also be very wonderful, full of divine surprises. The choice is always yours with free will. Which one do you focus on? What do you want to hold on to? Because you carry that energy. So say goodbye to your past. Leave that baggage behind, especially as you're called to release whatever is outdated. And it's time to truly make time to play. Lighten the vibration, lighten your resonance. Know what you're calling in to your inner world and your outer world, because this is a month where you're not just rebuilding your life. You're rebuilding yourself from the inside out. And as everything unfolds, you may begin to realize that your foundation was never meant to stay the same. It was meant to evolve right along with you as you evolve. And if that resonates, let me know, because this is the month where it's time to let love shine within and in your world around you. So with the Deer, this is all about knowing that love is your true power, right? It's also about being gentle with yourself, about what you did do, what you didn't do. Be in the here and now. It's time to be present. It's time to heal with the power of love as well. Because when you see the light in all things by raising your vibration and stepping into the resonance of love, you acknowledge your self-worth. You flow through through your life with grace as you evolve and ascend into your highest timeline. And if that resonates, let me know. So guys, with this month being such a powerful month, with a once-in-a-lifetime Cazimi with Uranus, with two full moons, with a super-powered super new moon, may you move through this month with the courage to meet yourself honestly, even in the moments that feel tender, unfamiliar, or even uncertain. Lean into the energy. Trust what's rising within you, even when it asks you to release what once felt safe. May you remember that nothing unfolding in your life right now is random. Above all, there are no coincidences, right? It's part of a deeper alignment that is calling you back to yourself. And it starts with this month of change. And as the emotional tides shift, as truth surfaces, as clarity arises in flashes of waves, may you stand open enough to receive what is meant for you and grounded enough to release what is not. May your heart find steadiness in that change, and may your mind find peace in the awakening that unfolds. Because as you step into these new decisions, new connections, new versions of yourself, when you trust that you have this beautiful new awakening where you're learning to walk in alignment with your own truth, this is the month that meets you exactly where you are. And it's here to meet you and gently guide you toward where you're becoming. So I hope you guys have a beautiful month of May. If this message resonates with you, by all means, your support is what keeps these messages going. It's also what elevates these messages so that they get to the hearts and the ears that truly need them most when they need them most. So please like, share, subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments below. Whichever way that you're here, I just want to say I am so grateful for each and every one of you, and I love you back. So take care, have a beautiful month, and I will see you in the next reading.